Executive Prostate Center. Maya cured.
Welcome back. So tonight we're going to give you a three-dimensional analysis of the tragedy that occurred on the 6th of August. We're three-dimensional because here with us in studio we have a flight simulation that's going to try to mimic some of the conditions that were present on the day. And so for that we have Nanaya Ontrakwa, who is a lawyer by training but also a flight enthusiast who does flight simulations to help us in a discussion around the conditions and what happened. We also have Colonel Festus Abuaji, who is a retired colonel of the Ghana Armed Forces, who's a security analyst, who has a lot of information about what's been happening. But also joining us is a former Air Force pilot for the Ghana Air Force, a former commercial pilot as well. He flew with Virgin Nigeria, an aircraft accident investigator, which is quite important for this discussion, and a professor in aviation and aerospace sciences at the North Dakota University. He's in the person of Professor Kwesi Ejekum. He is going to help us appreciate some of the dimensions and questions that must be asked. So I'll go back to my seat and start with Colonel. Colonel Festus Abuaji is a security expert. Colonel, thanks for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
I also have a professor of aviation and aerospace sciences who's a former Ghana Air Force pilot and a former commercial pilot and aircraft accident investigator, Dr. Kwesi Ejekum. Doc, thanks for joining us all the way from the U.S.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and it's a pleasure. I hope it would have been under favorable conditions, but we find ourselves in this fix, and my deepest condolences to the bereaved families. I pray that God continue to comfort them and strengthen them in this challenging time.
Thank you. And we have lawyer Nanaya Ontrakwa, who is very enthusiastic about aviation and has also learned how to simulate flights. He's here to help us in the analysis to give it some richer context. Nanaya, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, Colonel, I think we need to agree on what we all know so we have a good base. So I'm going to say a few things, and if I'm wrong, you correct me. So, of course, it was a week ago today. The announcement of the casualties was around 2:20 p.m. We do know that the aircraft was a Z9. It left the Air Force Base at 9:12 a.m. We understand that it was expected to land in and around 10:02, 10:03 a.m. at the Lenkley landing base. We are told that the crash point was around 13 kilometers to where it was to land. We are also told that it crashed into a mountain which is around 750 feet high.
725.
725 feet high. We are also told that it took off normally. Some say 14 minutes after it took off, it went off radar. You will need to explain that. Are those enough facts we know, or what else is factually important in this conversation?
Well, like my colleague professor did, and as I've been doing, let me express very sincere condolences, first and foremost, to all the bereaved families. You know, at this moment, I'm not sure how they are bearing with this tragedy. And then, of course, to all of us as Ghanaians.
Yeah.
I thank you for having me on the show.
Always a pleasure.
Now, one of the things I want to chip in is that the Z9s, at least part of the fleet of not less than 4, probably 5 or 6, were first acquired in 2015.
Okay.
Basically for the inspections of our energy lines.
Okay.
There are trouble gas lines or gas pipe and transmission lines and so on. Somewhere around 2019, the Air Force decided that the fleet must be based at Takoradi to be used for training and for what I think they call the bridging training between the Z9s the Augusta Bell, and the M17s, that the Ghana Air Force has. So that is the home of the Z9 fleet. Now the Z9 is originally manufactured by China. And the people who understand the industry will say that it's based on the Dolphin model. So it's like India buying Mercedes technology and then remodeling it in India and calling it Tata. But they are basically Mercedes technology.
Right.
So China did some modifications, I'm not too sure, but at least it's got a twin engine and a few more, technological additions and so on. On the 2nd of August, this particular Z9 did a medical evacuation from Takoradi, where it is based, to Accra. I assume that by that time, the government had requested the Ghana Air Force to provide what we call the VIP mission on the 6th. Whatever the case is, the Z9 remained in Accra, i.e. the crew, 3 of them, all of whom have come or had come from Takoradi, stayed in Accra. There are a few things I can say about where the captain lives or lived that I think I don't want to share on this platform. I think the professor will explain to us that, at least in the Ghana Air Force, you don't get up and get into a cockpit and fly in a plane. There's something we call a task order. And that task order will come from the Air Force headquarters.
Okay.
Basically, it tells you what the mission is about. In this case, we know a team of 5 government officials, including two ministers. Where are they going? The destination. When are they supposed to be there, for instance? They might not tell you, and they don't need to tell you when they want to leave here. Those are what the professor will explain are aeronautical decision making. But the Ghana Air Force will provide some basic information to enable the pilot, the captain, to now sit down with his co-pilot and then plan the flight, the estimated time of departure, and when it leaves, that becomes the actual time of departure. Okay. The path, the flight path that it is going to take, taking into consideration certain features, obstacles, terrain features, and so on.
Okay.
Taking into consideration the weather forecast, from civil aviation or from GMED or whatever it is. All of that will be factored into the planning. So some planning took place. But as the simulation will show, and as Professor, I think, later on explain, the area around the Ghana International Airport, Kotoka International Airport, is a controlled airspace. It doesn't belong to the Ghana Air Force. They are co-tenants. In other jurisdictions, they would have shared the management of the air traffic. But in Ghana, it is strictly the civil aviation. So that plan will need to be certified by civil aviation, which controls the flight until it is out of the radar zone. And then, as I've been explaining, normally helicopters fly under visual flight rules. Visual is eyes, as opposed to instrument flight rules, which the larger planes do. When they climb, they attain the right height, then they go instrument. So the human factor there is very minimal. In this case, the captain and his co-pilot constantly need to be aware of where they are per the flight plan. You know, or we know, as you said, subject to correction, that 14 minutes after takeoff, 09:26 thereabout, the helicopter went off radar. Professor will explain a bit more. But off radar doesn't mean a helicopter has crashed. It simply means that it is at a place where, owing to certain factors, like terrain features, let's say the Nkoko area, for instance, let's say the Atiwa area, depending on the position of the aircraft relative to Kotoka, the radar might not pick the position of the plane.
Okay.
So we need to understand that the plane did not come down 14 minutes into the flight. But now we know that it came down, as you say, 13 kilometers from the designated landing point, the Longley Airport, and about 3 minutes flying by the helicopter.
While you do that, can I tell Nanayao to use that information to set up his flight so that we can get a sense of what you said? So, expected time of takeoff is
actual
time of takeoff.
Time of departure, ATD.
Is 9:12 a.m. from the Air Force Base, and the destination is the Longley landing
at Obuasi.
So Nana, what do you?
Sports field.
What can you use that information to plan something?
Yes, we can.
You can.
Yes.
So show me how you're going to do that.
Right. So at the moment we are looking at the map for flight planning. Okay. Yeah. So we are looking at Kotoka International Airport, which is where the mouse is, circling.
Yeah.
And then a little bit to the right is the Air Force Base. Let me zoom in.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll pick my departure point from here, set as departure. And then I've already set my destination, which is Longley. It's a stadium, actually. Longley Stadium. So let me zoom in so that we can look at it. See that it's actually a stadium. Okay. And then I'll zoom out. Now I've plotted my flight plan in here. Departure and arrival. Okay. Departure is Kotoka. Arrival is Obuasi Longley. All right, so I'm being told that the winds at 190 degrees 14 knots, distance 99 nautical miles, which is about 59 minutes. Okay. Depending on the speed, the aircraft, and everything. So with this information, I can get going. Now,
but two quick points. Yeah. Your aircraft in this simulation is a G2.
It's a G2 Cabri.
Not a Z9
at all.
So that means that it's a different type of helicopter.
Yes, it's a smaller helicopter.
Number two. Are you using the same weather conditions for the day or a different for today?
Yes. So this simulation gives me the option to pick live weather.
Okay.
So I have picked live weather. So it is simulation. It will not be the same.
Okay.
But close to.
Very, very important.
Yes.
So live weather for the day.
For that day.
I see.
And also, what I want to point out is that from the simulation, my flight plan shows me that I'll be going over this mountain ridge.
Which is where
exactly.
So can you show it clearly? So this is where it found its end.
Somewhere
the dark dark blue space.
Yes. So the Dampier range forest.
Dampier range, which is 13 kilometers from Obuasi.
Yeah, roughly.
Wonderful. Yes. So work on this. Let me speak to our pilot. And Doc, I really thank you for staying on the call. I'm quite impressed with your background. But I'm interested in the aircraft accident investigator part of your work. I understand who a Ghana Air Force pilot is in your formal job. Commercial flight pilot as well makes sense. Professor of Aviation and Aeronautics is great. But who is an aviation accident investigator?
Oh, yes. When it comes to accident investigation, we are co-opted. When I was in service, did some work. I know my colleagues still there. They are co-opted to help the AAIB with incident and accident investigation. So that being said, I would want to say that in aircraft accident investigation, it's purely a data-driven and empirical-based. It's almost like research work, okay? Conjecturing and making statements that are not steeped in facts, it's not helpful. Because what the investigator, when I put on my investigator cap, actually what I'm doing is that I want to cut out every bias, just like you're doing a research work. You want to be able to collect the data, be it from the field work, be it from the crash distribution, be it from the energy dynamics, be it from how the aircraft impacted the ground, to interviews, to, in this case, factual data or objective data that we're getting from flight data recorder, cockpit voice recorder, And at the end of the day, you're also going to look at documentary analysis. As an investigator, you look at the aircraft maintenance record. You are going to look at organizational factors. Within the Ghana Air Force, resource allocation, things like level of supervision from, higher command, and how it trickles down to the various squadron, affecting their policies, procedures, and the practices. You are going to look at the safety culture. You are going to even look at things like the human factors, okay? As pilots, as human beings, we call it like the psychological aspect, how we think, even when we are engaged in a task. So this normally will come through, interviewing colleagues, interviewing family members to know, hey, what was the state, the mental state of even the crew members within the last 3 days, within the last month, prior to conducting the flight. And then we also look at the medical records. I mean, we want to make sure that fitness for flight, whether there were some, on some medication that potentially could have, incapacitated. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it could impair, their capabilities and their performance, reaction time, decision making. So once the accident investigator has built this plethora of data, we sit down, we triangulate, then we come up with findings, okay? And then out of the findings, we start looking at, building hypotheses. What is most plausible, what is improbable based on the data that we've collected. And then we start eliminating. At the end of the day, we are left with, ones that we think is solid. And so, just to let the audience know, there is no single cause for an aviation accident. Let's get that true. Aviation itself is a very complex coupling of systems, very complex systems, and a failure or deficiency in one of the systems, okay, could influence the totality of our operation. So once we've done that, we sort of come up with probable causes. Remember, I'm using the word causes and contributory factors, and all of that, is solidly backed by the data that we collected. And then from there, we can make inferences and make recommendations for improving safety. So it's a very lengthy process. It's a very detailed process. People should just relax because we want to get it right. There's no rush, to come up with an accident investigative report when you've not done enough due diligence.
Wonderful. So you've said a lot of things. This is a factual process. You need data from the flight data recorder, cockpit voice recorder, documentary analysis, interviews, standard operating procedures. So it's very elaborate. We have to give it time for it to work. This is great. I'll come back to you shortly. I wanted my simulator to tell me whether he's taking off. Just give us a sense of the ambience, since you are here to help us. Of course, we are not saying this is exactly what happened. This is very important. But we believe that this will give a better sense of understanding of the issues. Okay, so can you walk me through where you are and what you are trying to do?
All right, so as of now, we are at the Accra Air Force Base. Yeah. And we've started our engines.
Yes.
The next thing we'll do is to ask Control Tower for permission to, taxi first and then take off.
Okay.
So once we get that approval, we will start to taxi. Okay. Now I want to make a point here that this helicopter doesn't have wheels or tires. Okay. It uses skids. Okay. So that's one difference from this one and then the Z9.
So the Z9 has wheels?
Yes.
So the Z9 will probably move on the ground before it takes off.
We'll taxi on the ground. So if I want to taxi, I'll have to lift off. Because I cannot go
That's the first difference. And this is a bit smaller than the Z9.
Yes, much more.
So it's possible the Z9 could have gotten there much faster than your 59 minutes?
Absolutely.
Approximately. All right. But take off nonetheless.
Yes, so we'll go back inside the cockpit.
Okay.
And then we'll request permission from Tower. Wow. Okay, so we see here, right, this is Avisonian, that's the name of the aircraft. It's also my call sign. So we've been given clearance to taxi to and hold short of runway, using taxiway, Mike cross runway 03, So basically we need to follow this instruction to the runway. Okay. For today, because this is a helicopter, we will just take off from here and then head straight to Obuasi.
Wonderful.
We will notice that Tower will insist, even from simulation, that it hasn't given us clearance, but we will ignore for now.
No, wait for them. Wait for them.
Okay.
Procedures might
it may take time, but you keep doing what you're doing.
Okay.
Whilst
right.
I take some, I ask my next question to
right.
to Doc. Doc, the kind of information we would need, or the investigators would need to do a thorough job, seems a lot. Is there an average period of time that these things usually take, or it depends? Because you mentioned about 6 different things which are needed. How long would this typically take before a conclusion can be arrived at?
Yeah, thank you very much. So let me just explain to the listening public that if this were a civil registered aircraft, okay, then a lot of times the organization and the management and the investigative process will be what we, under the International Civil Aviation Organization Annex Standards and Recommended Practices 13, okay, Annex 13, aircraft accident investigation. And what does is that from the onset of the accident, when the investigators or the investigator in charge gets to the scene of the crash, and the site is managed, and they start preliminary site analysis and data collection, nominally within 30 days, they are supposed to come up with what we call the preliminary findings.
Okay.
A lot of times, this preliminary findings hinges on what we call factual data.
Okay.
So like I said, that one would nominally include what was the purpose of the flight, what type of aircraft was involved, crew information, whether they were, their qualifications, their proficiencies within the last 30 days. And then we'll look at their flight hours, we'll look at factual data, how many fatalities, and then we'll look at weather conditions. I can see Nanayao is conducting a simulation.
Yeah.
In actual fact, when we are recreating this scene or doing a recreation now with AI software, after we've retrieved data from the flight data recorder and the CVRs, we are going to use the exact data that was as parameters that were recorded in the flight data recorders. We'll put it into the software and then use the same Z9, and then we'll fly the same profile until the last known point where the mishap happened. And so the factual data nominally it's what is grounded in fact, air traffic instruction, weather conditions from GMET, and then the investigator in charge would just brief the public about these things, and then also highlight the fact that the investigation is ongoing, and hopefully in a year's time, we should be able to come up with a final report, or if we've not completed the investigation, we give an update. In this case, it's a military aircraft. And so even though from my experience as an aircraft, as the investigator, safety officer in the Air Force, a lot of our procedures, it's akin to Annex 13, but we are not bound, that the 30-day briefing that we are nominally supposed to give from the ADREP report. The Air Force, nominally, like Kenabuaji rightly stated, there is going to be a board of inquiry that will be set up. The preliminary investigation team will do the field work, they collect all the data, and then that data will be handed over to the board of inquiry, which will be set up with well-seasoned experience, I would say competent people from various backgrounds, flight operations, aeromedical, maintenance, maybe some aspects of operational control and command. And then in this case, we are even most likely inviting participants from outside or third parties just to give some credibility to the investigation. And so for us, that time bar is not necessarily applicable. It will be up to the board of inquiry to decide as and when they want to maybe give an update. And mostly that update might not necessarily come to the public. It might be to maybe military command, because during the investigation, if we find out that, hey, we've identified something that is safety critical to the rest of the fleet, maybe to the Z9 operation, or to, it's a management factor that needs to be addressed. That will be communicated to higher command. It will trickle down to the wings and to the squadrons for immediate changes to maybe some of our procedures.
Okay.
Other than that, probably we'll gear on to the very end of the investigation, and then what is, I would say, appropriate based on the security classification for the public will be released.
Quick question. Some people have said that because this involves the Air Force, the investigative team must include non-army people, for want of a better expression, because they feel like it must be, I hear the word, more broad-based investigation. Is that a point worth thinking about?
Did you say army people?
No, so basically Air Force. So the people doing the investigation are Air Force people.
Yep. Yeah, because that I was part of, we had civilians who are experts, helicopter experts. They were invited to join, and that sort of gives a level of credibility. I mean, we don't want a situation where people insinuate that we are trying to hide stuff. And so it's appropriate that even though it's within the ambit, the government of the military, to do what we normally do. In this case, I will not be surprised if we have third parties being invited.
Wonderful.
To.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. The flight is progressing steadily. Colonel is also going to tell us a few things about what has been reported. It's been reported, for example, that the black box was found. He will explain that we have to be very careful what we even call the black box. And then there are also some key questions we should be asking and what we should expect from the investigation. All of that and more when we come back. This is the point of view. We're trying to bring you a 360-degree analysis of the tragedy that occurred on the 6th of August that took 8 noble Ghanaians. Stay with us.
In Ghana, West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. Work is always effective with NASCO Home Appliances. Good vibes only while you wait. The feeling hits very deep. Enijepa ewa NASCO fie. NASCO, bring home happiness.
Welcome back. The point of view tonight is trying to bring some more clarity around the key issues which surrounded, of course, the fatal air accident that occurred exactly a week ago, or the air incident. I'm not sure I can call it an accident for now because that would be prejudicial. I have Colonel Sabuaji in studio. He's a security expert, served in the army for many years. I have Dr. Kwesi Ejepong, who is a former Ghana Air Force pilot and an aircraft accident investigator. He also teaches and lectures and researches in aviation and aerospace. Nanayo Antrakwa does flight simulations as a very expensive hobby. Before I come to Colonel, Nanayo, are you in the air now? Where are you?
Yes, we're in the air. Let me just pause and show you where we are. Okay. This is simulation, so we can pause in the air. So this is the cockpit. I'll just step outside and then we'll look. We just took off from Kotoka International, the Air Force Base, which is behind us, so you can see the scenery, some of the buildings we can identify. Now we've turned course, we are heading 290 on the, heading indicator, and then we are flying straight to, it's a straight flight path to Obuasi.
Let me come there and ask you a few questions. Yeah. So it looks like, to the untrained eye, it looks very dark, very cloudy.
Yeah.
Is this in the morning?
This is in the morning, yes. So we are simulating what it may have looked like.
What it may have looked
on
like
that day.
Okay.
So just go back inside the helicopter. So here it's fairly okay to fly.
So for the first 15 minutes,
it's okay.
Everything's okay.
It's okay.
Now, Colonel, there was a point around I think one of the media houses reported that the aircraft went off radar after, I think, 12 or 14 minutes. You're saying that should not be an issue because of the way our aviation space works. So it's not an off radar that's a problem yet, the so-called 14 minutes off radar.
Well, my understanding of the information that some of our service that if the helicopter went off radar 14 minutes after departure, 0926, it went off radar. Where was it? Was it around Atiwa? Was it around Nkoko, where we have mountain ranges?
It couldn't have been.
What was the condition of the weather? Heavy rain, lightning, whatever it is. Any of these, environmental factors could affect its detection by radar. But more importantly, as Professor said, the empirical evidence is that off radar, it did not crash anywhere in the eastern region. It crashed in the Ashanti region, 13 kilometers to the landing point projected, and about 3 minutes flight. So it was able to fly for 27 minutes.
After going off radar?
After going off radar. During the 27 minutes, you and I know southern Ghana. It would have flown over several towns and villages. If it was encountering an emergency, like the Nkoko one which happened on the 11th, obviously, the pilot would have found a landing spot to land. The assumption is that because there were several towns along the path and it did not land, off radar would not mean that it was encountering an emergency. I'm using empirical evidence.
Off radar
means the radar cannot detect the position of the aircraft.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it is encountering a problem.
Not necessarily. And I'm using empirical evidence that because we know that the crash happened in the Dampier forest, which is 13 kilometers approximately from Obuasi, and 3 minutes flight, it had flown for 27 additional minutes after it went off radar. During the 27 minutes, where was it? Was it over Jasu? Was it over Konongo? Wherever. There are several towns with football parks, open ground.
So you're saying based on those facts, the off radar shouldn't be an issue yet?
I think we should disabuse our minds that because it was off radar, it had encountered an emergency issue. Because that would not necessarily be the case.
That's important because some of the conversations have been around, of course, the time the Ghana Armed Forces communicated to the public officially, it was somewhere beyond midday.
Yes.
But we know that the fact that they are communicating to the public at 12 does not mean that that is when they realized that gone off radar or had an issue.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
But let me come back a moment because Professor mentioned the state of mind and the competencies of the crew.
Yeah.
If we zero in on the captain, Anala, is that right?
Anala, that's
squadron leader.
Yeah.
He's got 13 years experience flying a pilot.
Okay.
Before he passed, he was the most senior, most competent helicopter pilot.
This is a fact?
It's a fact. Professor will tell us his grading was category C.
Okay.
Certified for VIP flights.
Correct.
And he has been flying VIPs in helicopters.
So this will not be a new thing he's doing?
It's to disabuse the kinds of Ghanaians that some people say, oh, maybe he was not competent. Look, squadron leader category C, helicopter pilot, is different from Air Marshal Bequin, who was flying fixed wing. They are completely different types of equipment. So, last point is that he had been trained in aircraft investigation at Cranfield University in the UK.
Anala.
Since his training, whatever that year was, he has been going back to Cranfield. The white man, Oyibo, Muzungu, has been inviting him every year to come and deliver aircraft investigation training.
So some of this will be important in the data
he was very competent.
So I'm saying that some of the things you're saying will obviously feed into the data that Doc is saying, because these are
Precisely,
facts.
whether he was competent or not
enough
competent.
and all of that, so that they know in 30 he was in good standing. And
among the three crew,
okay,
he has 13 years.
yes,
The flying officer has 5 years.
okay,
The flight sergeant, the sergeant engineer,
Yeah.
has 14 plus.
Okay.
Collective experience, as Prof will explain. In this, your Ghana one,
yeah.
your collective experience is how many years you've done. How many years?
You add it.
That is the
So
level
over 30,
of competency
years,
of,
if you put that together.
it's 32 years plus.
Yeah.
So all of them, sergeant as an engineer, doesn't mean he must hold a master's before he's an engineer. You see what I mean?
I get it.
In the aviation system in the US,
Yeah.
you can have a sergeant who is an engineer, but who is very, very competent. He doesn't need to be a master's
So
or
as
PhD.
preliminarily, we shouldn't be worried about competence issues.
Ghanaians must throw away that stuff that maybe they were not competent.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Because he's a squadron leader.
Good.
They expected.
Let's deal with the question of the
captain
let's deal with the question of the F9, and I'm going to go to because of course it was reported in the news that the black box had been found. But you explained to me before we got on air that technically what was found cannot be called a black box.
Technically,
Yes.
what this Z9, this particular Z9 model,
Yeah.
originating from China has,
Yeah.
is an anti-crash recorder.
Anti-crash
Now,
recorder.
The anti-crash recorder is technically the flight data recorder.
Okay.
It does not include the cockpit voice recorder. That is what the Z9 has. But nevertheless, whatever data is there, recorded, the flight parameters, everything, is on that device. And it's very, very important that as soon as possible, whether the Chinese come here and use modern technology,
Okay.
to connect it to China or send it to China,
Yeah.
or we go to the U.S. National Transport Safety Board, wherever it is.
Quick point you're saying. This Z9 has a flight data recorder, not a cockpit
No,
voice.
anti-crash recorder.
Anti-crash recorder. My point is, do we know this as a fact that because it's possible they could have retrofitted to add some recording device, or these are standard?
So I'm speaking on the sources that I have.
Okay.
In fact, very, very highly placed. But I don't want to give the level,
No
otherwise
problem.
everybody will know the identity.
No problem.
But be that as it may, the other things we know. That
But the information in that anti-crash recorder
would be similar to the flight data recorder, all the parameters of the flight.
But it will not include the interactions in the
That
aircraft.
may not be included on the anti-crash data recorder.
Let me ask.
You need
Let me ask Doc
recorder.
about F9 because I'm sure you've done some research on F9. Again, Z9. Forgive me, Doc. Any thoughts on the Z9? There's even a whole discussion around a history of Z9s in Africa. I don't know if you've seen that story, and some of the high-profile crashes involved. We are told that this Z9 has an anti-crash recorder, not a cockpit voice recorder. What can you say technically about the Z9, which will not be prejudicial to the investigation? What can you tell us generally, Doc?
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know the source of the data for your analysis on the safety of the Z9 helicopter because I've also done mine. And in terms of fatal accidents, if incidents, yes, but in terms of fatal accidents, probably if you want to use that metric, in my opinion, it looks like the Z9 stands out to be relatively safe to other platforms because I've done some checks as to fatal accident involving the Z9. Well, just putting that aside, I think we are having this whole argument about whether the black box, technically there is a reason why we call it black box, but from a from a technical perspective, what we call the black box is actually the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, which is integrated into a crash-resistant box. Because remember, an aircraft that is involved in a crash, we have very high decelerative and accelerative energy at play, high Gs, some more than 25 plus and minus Gs. And so you want to place these very important recorders of aircraft performance data, metrics or parameters in a capsule that will withstand the high G forces as well as the extreme thermal conditions that will prevail, especially after a post-crash fire. From my preliminary analysis, I know that some form of data recorder was on board this particular Z9. And I want to put it on record that it's one of the testaments of safety improvements, because remember we had the Etiwa accident, and one of the challenges that the Ghana Air Force had was trying to recreate the accident because those did not have cockpit voice recorders or flight data recorders. So one of the critical recommendations was that subsequent platforms that to be acquired should have these. And thank God that was done. So these Z9s had it, and it's going to be very helpful in the investigation, because now it gives us real-time factual flight performance data, like I stated earlier, the altitude, the location, the longitude, latitude, or positional records, the speed, other instrumentation, avionics, capture, parameter captures, and all this will be pertinent when we are trying to recreate the flight from takeoff to its last position before the crash. I also want to highlight on the flight following aspect. I think you were asking the question about the helicopter going off radar. Listeners should understand that this particular, and most helicopter flights in Ghana, I think Abuaji stated that they operate under the visual flight rules, VFR. Under the VFR, if you file a VFR flight plan, nominally you get flight following. And what the radar or approach control does for you is that it provides you advisories, okay? Provides you maybe separation advisory, provides you with weather and those pertinent information. But there's a limit. Flying from Accra to Obuasi, obviously there's going to be a handover at a particular checkpoint. Normally it's about 60 nautical miles. You are handed over to Kumasi. Kumasi will give you what we call the meter, which is the real-time data for you to know the weather conditions around where, like Obuasi area. Remember, that is Kumasi weather. It is not Obuasi specific weather. And so most helicopter pilots, and I've talked to some of them, including some who are colleagues, it's very challenging to fly the helicopter. Unlike we fixed-wing pilots who have the comfort of, very good automated systems, we fly very high. Helicopter pilots, it's under challenging conditions. There's a lot of vibration. In terms of psychomotor skills, they are using their hands, their feet on the pedal, the cycling, the collective. They are looking out because remember, it's a visual flight rule flight. So you are looking for landmarks. They are supposed to stay away from clouds because it's VFR. Normally we call it the 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's 1,000 feet from the cloud that is below you, 500 above, and normally 3 mile visibility. And inadvertently, if helicopter pilots are flying who are supposed to avoid clouds to be able to see the ground, and because of their low level of flying, it is not implausible that at certain points in flight, especially if you're using secondary surveillance radar, like in Accra, highlands and others, line of sight could get them off the blip. And so that is why now we have what we call the automated dependent surveillance broadcast, which is satellite sort of generated to be able to help with positioning report. So in really talking about getting off radar,
it's not a big issue. All right, I wanted to do two things. You've set off. I think you should get closer to. We are in that. You are in the line of There's is it relevant to ask whether it was misty? Because I remember when our reporter interviewed some of the farmers, I think a couple of them said they used some word esu or they used some tree word esi. They said there was mist. Fog. There was fog. Okay, so where are you now?
So we are close to the range. Sikaman is to our left, Brofuyedu is to our right. Straight ahead, after crossing the mountain, we'll be going to Obuasi.
So the mountain is in front of you?
It's in front of us, but because of the cloud cover for now. So I cannot simulate fog in this example. But we have a cloud which kind of obstructs visibility. So just to simulate some kind of obstruction to visibility. As of now, we are about 4,600 feet, you know, in the air. And we've paused just to look.
Is that not too high for a helicopter?
Which one?
It's fine, 4,600.
No, that's
fine.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between clouds and fog when you are in a...
And fog, as you're saying, is normally, you know, somewhere close to the surface of the earth.
So since you are using visual something, you in this position, you are going to come down a bit.
It's already in there.
So,
you know.
so what are you doing?
I've changed the weather settings a bit to a storm, and you know, right away we can't see much. So I'll go back to, you know, the cloud, and then we'll descend. Okay, so we see the difference between.
So storm is much. If it was a storm, we wouldn't have seen anything.
We wouldn't even go through.
So they'll generally ask about the weather and they'll check the weather for the day in the data that Prof is talking about. So that information will be available. They will know. They will know what weather it was at that particular time. So that is a fact that they will have, correct?
Part of the empirical evidence that we have is what the mayor of Kumasi a couple of days ago said, that he communicated with my namesake, Dr. Samuel Abuaji.
Yes.
You know, suggesting to them.
Who was on the plane? Who was on the
he was
the second,
you know, fortunately part of the departed.
Yeah.
You know, so there was communication. But
so they will definitely take the recording of that conversation in their data.
Not necessarily, because the Dr. Abuaji might have been somewhere. There's a cockpit flight recorder, not the cabin.
No, I'm saying that the mayor of Kumasi said he called him.
No, he called Abuaji, who was in the aircraft.
That's what I'm saying.
But that conversation might not have been picked up, assuming that.
Okay, so he called him.
Yeah, he called him. They spoke.
Okay.
But I'm explaining that after they spoke, whatever information the mayor gave to Dr. Abuaji, if Dr. Abuaji gave the information to the captain, it enters the terrain of the aeronautical decision making.
I hear you.
The captain is the only one who will decide whether to take the suggestion coming from, what do you call it?
But do we know what the mayor told this?
He said he suggested an alternative landing point.
Which means that the conversation...
So if the initial was Long Clay Sports Stadium...
Hold on. The conversation was about difficulties on the flight?
That
or
we don't
tell
know.
Us?
The mayor didn't put it in that context, but that we suggested, or he told him that they could land or they should land somewhere else.
I see.
That information could be corroborated, by the pilot from the Obuasi Ashanti Gold runway, which has air traffic control.
I see.
And not rely on what, the mayor or any other...
And the mayor said this on record, that he spoke to Abuaji.
But that's what I saw on one of your sister stations.
Let me just ask, Prof, is it regular for somebody to call somebody flying a helicopter and talk to him? Is that? I didn't know that was that easy. Doc.
Prof.
Yes. Can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically a lot of this, that's the essence of an aircraft accident investigation. Like Colonel is saying, there is purported to have been a call to one of the occupants on the aircraft who spoke to the captain. I don't know how. I've flown VVIP, I've done VVIP flights, and I know how sometimes we get what I'll term interference from the passengers, because of who you are flying. But what I would want to put out there is that because it's VFR, or as some are speculating, special VFR, where it means that now the visibility requirement is nominally below the 3 statute mile that is required for VFR. That's, it's flying. It's a constant act of, evaluating what is happening around you. We call it situational awareness. What is happening around me? What information am I getting? How is it going to impact the safety of my flight and my future status? And so if they were in a VFR condition, clear of clouds, clear of deteriorating visibility condition, and then most likely probably they were descending. Okay, you are descending, and then all of a sudden, we call it inadvertent flight from VFR condition, into IMC conditions, instrument meteorological conditions, okay, where there's restricted visibility because of the misty condition, what it could happen is that, you know, the human physiology is such that the perception, how we perceive things, especially in a motion, in a vehicle that is moving around, your senses, we call it the vestibular senses, can be affected because what you are seeing and the sensation in your body, it's almost that it's diametrical, it's opposite to each other. And so that is why we train pilots to be able to focus terrain, where the aircraft is positively under the control of a well-qualified, trained pilot, but inadvertently enter into conditions where they become, they become spatial hypotheses.
All right. What I want Anaya to do for us is to get closer to the area.
Okay. So we are actually, Bernard.
Okay.
And we've dropped to about 1,600 feet. We're about 4,600. So right away, you can see the difference in visibility from the drop. We're out of the clouds.
So this is much clearer.
This is much clearer, although it is not so clear. So I just want to move to clear sky so that we can have a sense of what clear, clear
so
sky.
So if it was absolutely clear,
yeah,
it would have been this, which you can see everything.
You can see that right in front of you is the mountain.
But from all that has been said and what we know for the day, it was not clear. But we don't know the level of.
Right.
So that is what they will find out. Right. So they will know from the data for the day the exact amount of visibility impairment, for want of a better word. But you are using fog. So this is where we are.
It's using clouds.
Clouds. Okay,
yes.
clouds. The question I have is, you are 1,600.
Right.
The mountain they crashed into was 725 feet.
Yeah.
So that's another
the impact point.
The impact point.
That might not necessarily have been the highest point of the range.
Exactly.
Are you able to tell us the highest point on this?
So it can be checked, but from the simulation, okay, I'm doing 1,600 feet. If I continue straight at 1,600 feet, I cannot go over it. You see, just by looking at it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, you can see it right in front of me. Going straight means I'm going straight into the mountain. I'll have to go up.
So the mountain itself was much higher than 1,600 feet.
It depends. So this is simulation.
Okay.
Okay. We need to get the exact.
But you're saying that with this 1,600 that you are,
yes,
using the same, if you went straight and didn't go up,
I'll go through the mountain.
You're serious about that?
Yes, yes. We can.
So it means that they need to tell us the exact height of the mountain as well,
yeah,
which is easy to verify.
The general area of Obuasi.
Yeah.
Obuasi probably is like Ho.
Surrounded by mountains.
Yeah, surrounded by mountains. The highest peak of the hill ranges is 1,250 feet above mean sea level. This is mean sea level or not.
Normal sea level.
But there's a difference between the height from Sikamine to the top, and then measured from Accra, for instance.
Okay.
So that is where there are a lot of...
And these are the known unknowns.
Yes.
We know that we have to get that information, but we don't know what the information is.
Then it looks like it didn't crash into the mountain. It crashed into the top of a tree or trees. You see, and there's a difference.
People said.
Well, the eyewitness account is also part of the investigation. Because if you go to the site, and there is evidence now that some of the trees had lost their branches. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
If it crashed on the ground, unless maybe a flying rotor or engine part, went up there. But the eyewitnesses say that it almost cleared the treetop.
Before it finally
But then it crashed into the treetop.
I see.
And if you like, fell.
At least we decided to do this not to give any more pain to family members, but to also give the public better understanding, because with tragedy, understanding is part of the healing.
In less than 12 hours from now, the 8 persons you've just seen on the screen would have their funeral organized at the State House in Accra. That will be on Friday. The Muslims among them have had their funerals already organized over the weekend. If you're just hearing about these 8 of these persons, or these 8 persons perished in a helicopter crash that happened on the way to Obuasi from Accra. 2 ministers of state were involved, and 1 former minister, an official of the governing party, and 3 persons with the Ghana Armed Forces. It has been a sad day. It is a sad week, and Ghanaians continue to mourn. This is Situation Room on Channel 1 Television. I am Umaru Sandamado. We'll be giving you a brief on what has happened so far since that crash on Wednesday and what we are expecting to see tomorrow. I'm Umaru Sandamado. I'll be introducing my colleague after this.
Feeling super fine, let's go, don't got no time, yeah. Turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time to get up, get up, get up. Now let's go. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up. We gotta.
Play me for.
It's go time. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up. Call me. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up. Now let's go.
Beautiful.
Get up,
wow.
Get up, let's go.
Decent cross, Hoyland going for it. Out towards goal. That's a superb finish.
When it's go time to supercharge your hustle, make it go time for Go TV.
Get up, now let's go.
Love it.
Looking for a one-stop shopping destination for all things made in Ghana? Eager to experience a remarkable fair that showcases the richness, creativity, and innovation behind Ghanaian products and services? Then get ready for the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. The This is Ghana Exhibition highlights the brilliance of Ghanaian entrepreneurs, artisans, and businesses who continue to shape the narrative of homegrown excellence. This is Ghana's biggest trade fair and exhibition, bringing together SMEs, startups, research and manufacturing sectors, indigenous corporate bodies, and local creatives in one exciting space. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. Come explore, engage, and be inspired by the businesses and brands that are redefining made in Ghana across every sector. The dates: Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th of September 2025. Time is 10 a.m. through till 5 p.m. each day. The venue is the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. For inquiries or participation details, call us on 0205-973-973. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by MTN, EcoBank, and Side Hassle from EK Brand Consult.
And if you hear that ever dirge, it tells you that we are doing a program in the memory of the eight persons who lost their lives last week when a Ghana Armed Forces military chopper crashed somewhere around Obuasi, claiming all lives on board. And it has been a very devastating one. I remember hearing that news, and it was crashing. At least 4 of the persons who've passed. Very, very, very sad indeed. Let me introduce my colleague, Fred Tetejaban, who is in studio with me to do this. Sami Wiafi has gone on a sabbatical, but Fred is here. Fred, how are you doing?
I'm doing Omar, how are you?
I'm okay. It's been a very difficult week, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been about a week and some days since this tragic incident took place. Since then, a lot of tributes have been pouring in for these 8 gallant men who were on national duty and sadly lost their lives in this crash. From Tuesday, after the incident, on Tuesday, the whole issue was, is it true, is it not true? Has it taken place, has it not taken place? After the confirmation, it's been sadness. The atmosphere, the environment has been really sad. People have been pouring out tributes to these 8 gallant men. In the course of the week, close to the weekend, there was a memorial event held at the State House where the President and other officials of state were in attendance to remember these 8 men. These 8 men including the former Defense Minister, Edward Omanibuama, the former Environment Minister, Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Alhaji Munir Mohammed, who was a Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapon, who was the Vice Chairman of the NDC, Mr. Samuel Boaje, he was a Deputy Director General at NADMO, Squadron Leader Peter Anala, who was the pilot of that particular helicopter, Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, who were the officers from the Ghana Air Force manning the helicopter on that day, that very sad day. So, I mean, a lot of tributes have been pouring out, and it's during these times where you get to hear of a lot of stories which you've never heard of, how these people affected and impacted the lives of other people that you never even thought of or never would even think about. You've seen so many people talking about receiving help from these men. You've heard stories of how they were very diligent at their work, how they loved the state, how they sacrificed to do so many things for family, for friends, for the country Ghana. So it's been really a very difficult moment for the entire country, for the families of these people, for the party which they belong to, and even just not even the party, but then the general political sphere, where you even have people from opposing sides telling you about these men and their relationships with these people who are into politics.
Mm-hmm. I mean, first, so I mean, I remember you called me. I was in the village mourning myself when you called me to talk about this missing helicopter and the suspicion that Edward Omanibuama may be on board. I remember when you told me, I decided to tune off because I didn't want to think about it. And at the time, the information was that there were 4 ministers at a go. I was a bit worried. So Dr. Omanibuama, the last time I saw him was a month ago. I had gone for the GIS graduation for the Jennifer Anum, whom we sponsored and supported to go to GIS. And he had come there because his daughter was graduating. And funny enough, I had gone to GIS a month prior. his daughter was my chaperone. She was made to take me around when I had to speak to the students and all of that. And he had come for the graduation of another child of his. And afterwards, I approached him, we spoke, and then I said, Doc, this girl, Jennifer, she has finished GIS. She wants to go forward, but it's going to be a difficult one. I want to see if you can help. And he said, of course, he was watching from the crowd when her story was told. And he said, Sanda, let her apply to the scholarship secretariat and let me know when that happens so that I would speak to the coordinator to see if they can support her. I remember that was it. And even before then, I had gone to MC the One Ghana movement event where Obasanjo was a guest speaker. He was there as the Minister for Defense because we did it at the Armed Forces Command and Staff College. I remember when I introduced him, I said, let's welcome the Minister for Defense, who is a medical doctor. And he laughed and he said, you think a doctor cannot be Minister for Defense? You know, and we had that relationship. I mean, he's a great guy. I've known him from when he was Deputy Minister for Environment, I think, and then to when he became Minister for Defense. After Murtala Mohammed, you and I we saw him together the last time we saw him at Parliament House. We had gone to interview the majority whip when we encountered him. He is ever bubbly, ever loud, ever laughing, ever infectious with his laughter, ever happy. That's what I remember. I mean, I've known Murtala from when he was, I mean, he used to be a party communicator, appearing on radio programs. At the time, we used to bring him on our show. He goes on other stations. Then he was named Deputy Minister, and then he went to fight for the Nanton seat, and he won and came to Accra, and then lost that seat and went back and now returned as Tamale Central MP. He calls me his in-law because he's Dagomba, my wife is Dagomba. He talks about that. And I think his wife is also Fulani also, so he and I usually joke about these things. There was a time I went to Tamale. He insisted that I had to come and see his house. I went to his home, met him, we spent some time together. He is a very, very sociable person, a very kind-hearted person. And a lot of his colleagues will say to you that he's one of the genuine guys in politics, and we've heard and seen things like that. Alhaji Mohammed Muniru, last time I saw him was November. I had gone to MC the Fulani Youth, the Fulani Association had organized a program in Ho. The second lady at the time, Samira Bawumia, was there, Haja Samira Bawumia, and members of the New Patriotic Party. Then President Mahama, who was at the time Kande Mahama, was on the campaign trail. He could not attend. So he sent Alhaji Mohammed Muniru as his representative to come to that event at Ho. I remember vividly. And when I introduced him and he came on the stage, then he said to me, Umaru, I'll summon you. You know, and I said, why? And he said, I am a chief now. And he didn't give me the chieftaincy title that I earned. He is taking up a chieftaincy title somewhere in the Savannah region. You know, Kuawura or something like that, I've forgotten. And we joked about it. And so these are people we've known at close quarters, people we engage with a lot of the times. And it's so sad that they go the way they went. It is painful because they are high-ranking officers. I mean, the Minister for Defense is like our main person, of course, after the president. And when it comes to the defense of the nation, it is a painful one. But as Muslims, we say that Allah gives and He takes. So, and every soul shall taste death. We always say that. So I can just say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. God has given them to us, and He thought that this is a time to go, and God knows best, and we can't really say much, Fred.
I mean, you summed everything up. You've spoken about our relationships with these people, and how we've known some of them in very close quarters. Like you said, God gives and it's God who takes. Sometimes it's difficult to accept the fact that God gives and God will take the way He does. But the question is, who are we to also question God for some of His decisions? In this very trying moment, we'll just pray for peace and comfort to the families of these people. You know, as the nation mourns, there are people who mourn more than everyone. And there are people who would miss these people more than everyone. Yeah. And in this very difficult moment, we pray that they find comfort and find the strength to be able to move on.
So let's do a quick summary of events as we've seen them so far. So since the helicopter crashed on Wednesday, what has been happening so far? We have a summary for you by Channel One News' Jude Duncan.
A week ago, the country was hit with the devastating news of a helicopter crash that claimed 8 lives. The victims on board the Z9 military helicopter were scheduled to attend the launch of the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program in Obuasi in the Ashanti region. Minutes into the program, officials began receiving distress calls about a helicopter crash at Adansi Ekrofum, specifically in the small town of Sikaman. On board the flight were the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, the Minister of Environment, Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad, the Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Alhaji Limuna Miniru Mohammed, and the NDC National Vice Chairman, Dr. Samuel Sapon. The others included Deputy NADMO Director Samuel Abuaje and 3 flight crew members, Squadron Leader Peter Anala, Flight Officer Main Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The tragic news was announced to the nation by the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
Proceeded to officially inform the families of the affected victims about the incident. On Thursday, 7th August, government honored the memory of the victims with a flower laying and candle lighting ceremony at the Jubilee House. An evening of reflection and a memorial ceremony was also held in honor of all 8 victims at the forecourt of the State House last Saturday. The government, through the Interior Minister, announced that the charred bodies of the victims had been sent to South Africa for DNA testing. Dr. Ibrahim Mutala were subsequently buried at the military cemetery in Accra on Sunday, 10th August. The government is scheduled to hold a state funeral ceremony for all 8 victims of the crash on Friday, 15th August 2025. A week after this heartbreaking incident, the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General William Ejapon, is urging the media and analysts to be circumspect in their commentary regarding the crash, adding that the Ghana Armed Forces remain committed to conducting a thorough and comprehensive investigation.
Advising and encouraging some of your media practitioners to be circumspect in the way they are reporting this particular incident. I'm referring to the accident that cost us 8 lives.
So that's Jude Duncan's summary of events so far, ending there with the Chief of Defense Staff. Fred, I think the most controversial part has been how the bodies were conveyed from the accident scene. And I think the CDS responded to that.
Yes, he did. He did. The concerns were how come the bodies of these men were put in a sack and brought down the hill or the mountain. And the CDS, in explaining, said that they had body bags, but at the time, the temperature or the heat from the bodies could not get them to put them in body bags. That's why they place them in the, what do you call it, the sacks.
The cocoa jute sacks. But Fred, the people we saw carrying the sacks were not soldiers, or is it that they were soldiers but not dressed as soldiers?
They were farmers.
So why is the armed forces responding in defense of what was done by farmers? And I'm not sure by the time they carried those bodies, the soldiers had arrived.
So when you watch the videos which came out, the people who got up there included the regional minister, some police officers, and I think 1 or 2 military officers who went and climbed the mountains up to where they found the wreck and the bodies lay there. In the explanation given to us by the regional minister, he explained that at the time when they looked at the situation, they looked at the time and the weather, it looked like it was going to rain. They didn't think that it was right to leave the bodies there because they don't know what would have happened to the body. They were scared it would maybe washed away where by the time they come the next day. So the only thing available at the time, this is according to the regional minister, was that the jute bags, the sacks, would be used to convey the people.
So wait, so the people who carried the bodies in the sacks, they did that under instructions of the regional minister, you think?
Yes.
But soldiers had not gotten there by then, had they?
There were two. In the video, you see about 2 military men, but you cannot say at the time whether it was a directive from the military high command or from the.
My reason is, if the CDS is defending this, it's almost as if they are the ones who did it and people are blaming them. Because if the farmers in a village decide that, I mean, where I grew up at Astraya Junction, there's a place called Gigedokun Junction. I remember almost every other week, there's a road accident there. And when we hear the crashing noise, we hear wailing, and then neighbors would go there and go and help remove the people who are trapped. Their belongings are taken with them if they are in good state. These vehicles remain there for a long time. Now, first responders to that accident scene, I'm sure were not the soldiers, were not police. So if the farmers, when they got there, and usually when people are trapped, the locals use all manner of means to remove them and try and help them. And the dead people are put on the floor and covered with leaves, neem tree leaves, a lot of the times. So if these people, the farmers in their estimation, thought we need to carry these bodies downhill, and the best way to do it is to put it in a cocoa sack, I'm wondering why government, and for that matter, the armed forces, is the one explaining that this is why you did, when you were not really the one who called the shot for that. This was the thinking of a farmer who has seen somebody dead. They may not even know who those people were at the time.
But Sandra, at the time that was done, you had officials of government.
On the scene?
On the scene.
So it was officially sanctioned then?
It was officially sanctioned. That's why maybe you have the...
So if that's the case, why were the farmers rather doing the carrying and not the soldiers or the other security personnel who were there?
As I told you, when you look in the video, at least the short video which was shown, which we saw, there were about 2 military men, and I don't think 2 military men could carry everything. The videos we saw, we're all not there. We don't know how they convey the rest. Well, just 2 people we saw carrying those things. So we cannot say whether the other security officers who were there helped or did not help.
Yesterday, I interviewed Colonel retired Sogbajo, and I tried to understand from him whether we could have done anything better than we did. And he gives me the impression this was the best option available because the crash happened on top of a mountain. It would take an hour and a half to 2 hours to get there by foot. He said it would have been pointless sending another helicopter there. That's what he said to me, because it will contaminate the crime scene. He also said there's no point sending a drone there. The best option available was what we saw, where the people had to walk and go up there 2 hours. And so he said, we can't also say we are going to train every Ghanaian everywhere about how to respond to accident scenes. A lot of the times when accidents happen, Ghanaians we love to help. So we jump in and then assist. And that is exactly what these farmers do. So we can't say we're going to educate everybody. again, we can't say we are going to put soldiers in every village anticipating that a helicopter may fly past and crash. So he says we have done the best we could, and we need to tap ourselves on the back. We shouldn't beat ourselves. And people are in a hurry to know what else has happened or what we need that for, he says. For instance, the investigators who do the investigation, why do we want to know what happened, how come the flight went down and all of those things? I don't know what you think, but should we say we've done a great job? Let's move on. The Jude sack thing, he said it wasn't a big deal and all of that. People were complaining about that bitterly. He thinks it's not a major issue. And again, this is not the first time that we are seeing a crash like that. And he also wants us to trust the armed forces, and for that matter, the Air Force, because they have been flying since Kwame Nkrumah's time, and they're the ones who've been flying the VVIPs. So is it a case that people who are blasting the officialdom are engaging in much ado about nothing?
I don't think so. For me, I think that there's people are raising issues of dignity, and we need to respect that. Even as media men, we should have been the first people to even stop the videos from being aired, which we failed. And I think the media has learned enough. We apologized for it. So yes, there's a learning in every situation. We could have done better. For me, the investigations, the explanations, the questions is all about what can we do better next time? Mm-hmm. How can we handle these issues better next time? When it happens, what should be done? So for me, I don't think it's an issue of criticizing or blaming. It's an issue of having to learn and improve so that we hope this never happens again. But in the situation that it happens, the things is we need to know, how do we approach it? How do individuals, even citizens, I always say that when you go outside and go to the Western world, people are taught how to do basic CPR. How many of us know how to do CPR? But these are taught in schools. First aid. In accidents, how do you attend as a first respondent to the place? What do you do? No, we need to learn all of these. But we shouldn't make this particular issue of you didn't do this right, you didn't do that right, this should be done. No, for me, I disagree with that. For me, I think that the questions, the answers, the investigations is to let all of us learn going forward to deal with this properly. Okay.
There's a situation room on Channel 1 television. So the Muslim funeral happened over the weekend for the Muslims who were part of the 8, and that should be, 3 of them are Muslims or 2? So they have been laid to rest. Tomorrow we'll see the funeral of the non-Muslims, which is happening tomorrow. When we come back, I'll tell you about what the government's arrangement is, and also we'll have a conversation with by-election. One of them was a member of parliament, and the constitution is clear. When a member of parliament dies, there has to be an election to replace them. We'll talk about that. Please stay.
This is a people's game. They will be bubbling about this one for weeks and months to come. Let's go!
It's on SuperSport all season long. Pay your subscription today. Dial *759#. Available on DSTV and GoTV.
On the Upside Down Show this week, we present to you the bold, vibrant, and brilliant Anita Eskin. Expect nothing short of real talk, raw truths, and revelations. We always need that one opportunity to sprout, and she, like any other, isn't an exception. Ghana made me, she said.
My career started here.
Here in Ghana.
Right. Ghana is my foundation, 150%.
Great.
Home is what built me.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Ghana is what built me. If you see Anita and who Anita is today, it's because Ghana built me. Yeah, 100%.
Thanks to the land.
You know?
Right.
So love you, Canada, but Ghana built me.
And even though she's perceived as a superwoman, she's had to make tough decisions at some point.
I had to take 2 steps back away from my career. And also, and this is what I share with a lot of my friends and my colleagues now, is a wonderful appreciation that in different phases of your life, you are a particular person.
Right.
You don't have to be the same person you were before that.
Exactly.
You have nobody to please.
So set your reminder and join us at 7 p.m. this Sunday, only on Channel One TV.
All institutional tributes from the various institutions that our departed comrades work with or associated with will be read during the pre-burial period before 9 o'clock. After the service, the bodies of the 6 that are yet to be buried would be conveyed to the military cemetery at Chado for burial. And there as well, the Ghana Armed Forces, together with the churches of the 6 departed comrades, would take charge of the burial ceremony at the military cemetery. Because of the rather large number of people that will be expected tomorrow, a number of measures have been taken to ensure that we have a very solemn ceremony.
So that's Deputy Chief of Staff Stanislav Hoyce Dugbe addressing the media ahead of tomorrow's funeral. So, Fred, the funeral will happen tomorrow, but the other issue has to do with the replacement for the Tamale Central Member of Parliament. While we mourn and while we grieve, it's a democracy, so we have to find a replacement. Even the president, when he passed in 2012, had to be replaced. So there's a conversation around the by-election to replace Alhaji Mohammed.
Yes, and don't even forget that before this tragic incident, there was been the passing of the Akwetia MP, and then there were preparations and plans to organize a by-election on September the 2nd. And that process is still ongoing, just before Dr. Muntala also lost his life. So the law is clear that when a sitting member of Parliament loses his life, once Parliament is informed officially of it, Parliament informs the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission has, I think, 60 days to organize a by-election, about 2 months, a month or two, to organize a by-election to replace this particular member of Parliament. And so now we have 2 by-elections which are expected to take place. And in the conversations, there have been people who are now suggesting that, look, once there's a seat for the MPP, which is Akwetia, and there's a seat for the NDC, which is Tamale Central, both parties should withdraw from each side. So the MPP will not contest Tamale Central, which they have already announced that they are not contesting. Then the NDC also would withdraw from Akwetia, so that election also goes on peacefully.
Okay.
The argument of some of these people include resources, that there's so much resources spent during by-elections. The other argument is that, look, usually during by-elections, we have a lot of violence. So to curtail this violence, why don't you allow the party which has the MP in power
to
just replace so that there's peace?
Okay. Okay.
You save resources, there's peace. Then there's another group of people who disagree with this particular argument. They claim we are in a democracy, and to deepen democracy, we have to bear the cost of that. You send somebody into parliament on a ticket of the party, but it's an individual. So the individual's name is put on the ballot sheet. When he's no more, why do you bring somebody else without the consent of the people who sent the old person there? So to deepen democracy, let the people choose whoever they want. Maybe the people didn't choose the person based on political party leanings. It may be because they just like the personality of the old person. So allow the people to make a choice by themselves.
Okay, let me engage the political actors now. Rashid Tanko served as a deputy to the late Dr. Edward Omani Boama in the Election Directorate, Research Directorate of the NDC. Alhaji, you're welcome to Channel One Newsroom, and our condolences once again to you.
Thank you, Mar Sanda. Let me say good afternoon to you and then your co-panelists, my co-panelists in there, and your cherished viewers across. And then also let me take the opportunity let you have my condolence, Umar.
Okay. Thank you so much. The conversation around the by-election in Tamale Central, it's too early for us to even be discussing this, but it's been necessitated by the fact that your opponents have said they are pulling out, or they are not even contesting. I don't know what, as a party, I've heard your chairman say that, well, you are still going to Akwatia, but the decision to pull out of Tamale Central, what do you make of it?
Umar, MPP, they should not be trusted with statement as of now. Any statement emanating from MPP should not be trusted at all, because time and again, they have shown that you should not trust any statement coming from them. Umar, just recently we held a rerun of Ablikumanov, of which they held press conference, in fact, addressed by the General Secretary himself, announced to the whole world that they were not participating in that election, and that they will not participate. They even went ahead and filed a writ High Court trying to injunct the process. Unfortunately, they lost it. The trial judge refused to grant them the relief they were looking for and asked the Electoral Commission to proceed with the election. They went ahead and announced at the constituency that they would not participate in it. They don't respect the processes, what the EC was going to do. Little did we know that less than 12 hours to the election, they somersaulted and participated fully. In fact, even aspirants to their presidential bid as of now were all there, contributing money upon money to the candidate to the tune of almost 1 million Ghana cedis. And the following day, they fielded all the party agents in the 19 areas. And you saw the likes of Howard Kumsin and Co. came there, and even it ended up some disturbances that all of us were not interested and happy with. So this is the political party we are talking about.
So you don't trust their announcement that they are not running?
I don't trust it a bit, because this is, I say, the same statement, current one that we are talking about, is signed by the same General Secretary, of which they defy his orders and other things, and went ahead and participated in that election. So if we hadn't prepared ourselves very well for that election, and we're lying down thinking that, oh, MPP is not contesting, so there's no need to do anything, we would have been laughing at the wrong side of our mouth in that rerun in Ablekumanov. But we knew that these people, we cannot trust them. It appeared they have leadership crisis as of now. So whatever is emanating from leadership, some other group of the party don't respect it. And I can stick up my neck, depending on what happened previously, that look, these people, let's watch them until we file nomination for Tamale Central and you don't see Kukurudutin there, that you cannot trust their statement was true. Because these people can do anything last minute and come out with it. In any case, why would they even want to issue a statement in the midst of mourning, when we are mourning our heroes who work for the country and tragical that, of course, they are part and parcel of our mourning, the MPP. Yesterday, they were in our office to mourn with us and other thing. What surprises us is that in the midst of this, why will you be issuing statement to do propaganda? Pure propaganda.
There are some views that what they have done is to wash your back, and so you should also wash their back by pulling out of Akwetia. Your chairman has said you are still going to Akwetia. Why?
Yes, Umar, Akwetia, we consider Akwetia as an inconclusive election because we were protesting that election in court. In fact, we filed a writ in Kufridwa High Court, election petition against an Escumi declaration. And even there was a contempt case against him. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court vacated that contempt case against the gentleman and asked him to go back to Kufridwa to continue the election petition thing. So we're with him in Kufridwa High Court over the election petition because we believe that the election was rigged. We have evidence and we're going to present the evidence before the trial judge on the issue. Unfortunately, our young brother lost his life. So the matter became moot. So as a political party, we believe that we won the seat. And the people needed the NDC representation in parliament on that seat. And so when this matter came in, we went ahead and elected our parliamentary candidate because we know we are going to win that seat. But MPP, knowing very well that they have little chance of winning Akwetia, and they have not even dog chance at all in winning Tamale Central, decided to do this kind of propaganda. We are not going to fall into that kind of trap. The invitation they are extending to us, we have declined that invitation.
Okay.
Because look, there's no way they can win Tamale Central. With their 16,000, we have 52,000. Even if they get 100% of vote turnout for them, they will still be 32,000, while we are 52,000. They can come closer to us.
I see.
But Akwetia, they know that the areas where they did the overvoting, where we have the evidence and wanted to present it before the trial judge, this time around, they will not have that laxity to do that kind of overvoting in those areas. And that is a bigger problem for them. So they know.
Okay.
Going to Akwetia is not good for them.
Let's talk about the future. There's a view that, listen, if a party loses an MP, the Constitution says let's replace them. The process of replacement, the Constitution is silent. And that the proposal is that let's let the party that lost an MP replace that MP and not a contest at all to save money, the violence that characterizes a by-election, all of that would go. What is your personal view on this? Should it be something we should consider in the future that if MPP loses a sitting MP, let MPP find a replacement, and if NDC loses, let NDC find a replacement, and vice and so on?
Omar, for now, there is an ongoing constitutional review committee led by Professor Prempe. The issue you are talking is constitutional. And you and I, you know, unless an amendment is occasioned to these clauses, the enabling clauses that allow us to do these elections, we cannot do anything about it.
No. After the replacement is constitutional. I'm talking about the mode of the replacement, so that NPP says they are not going for Tamale Central by-election, then NDC automatically wins. If NDC says they are not going to Akwetia, NPP automatically wins. That should be like a gentleman's agreement. It shouldn't be in law. What do you think?
Well, I will have difficulty in understanding this because don't forget, they vote personalities before even parties come as second. That is why we have skirt and blouse. And to the extent we even have independent candidates winning as MPs. So if we lock it out that way, then that means we are elbowing out persons who would have thought that, look, I can stand on my own without any political party, and the people will still vote for me.
Okay.
Sometimes they vote for independent, and they'll defy all these political parties, these huge parties, NDC, MPP. They will ignore the two of us, like what happened in Williamsey.
Yeah.
You know, the current MP there, they defy NDC, defy MPP, and decided to pick a young man who says he's independent.
Yeah.
And so, in a situation like that, assuming he resigns today, are we going to say another independent should replace him? That is where we'll have difficulties.
Okay.
And so let's look at it. I'm sure the Constitutional Review Committee will take a look at it critically and see how we can navigate through this process without any difficulties. But I'm foreseeing a challenge in that one because the constituents might want a personality other than political parties.
All right. Thank you.
In terms of replacement and all that.
Thank you so much, Rashid, for speaking to us. Thank you.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
So that's Rashid Tanko. He's a Deputy Director of Elections for the National Democratic Congress. In fact, he was Dr. Edouard Buama's deputy leading up to the election when the NDC was going into the polls. Let's go to the NPP side and speak to Evans Nimakum. He's Director of Elections and Research, or that has been taken away now, of the New Patriotic Party. Evans, you're welcome to Channel 1 Newsroom. Situation Room on Channel 1 TV.
Hello, thank you for having me, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Rashid Tanko says they cannot trust you. The last time your General Secretary issued a statement that you are not contesting Ablekuma North, you showed up anyway, and you fought fiercely. So now that you've said you're going to Tamale Central, it should be taken with a pinch of salt.
Well, thank you, my brother, for having me, and good afternoon to your listeners. I think for that young man you spoke with, when the New Patriotic Party is erasing our arguments on solid facts and truth, he will run away. And what is the basis of this? The New Patriotic Party thinks that definitely once a vacancy has occurred, that will occasion a possible by-election to be conducted by the Electoral Commission. And the party is saying that under the circumstance, we want to honor our brother Alhaji Dr. Mutala. We think that this is the best way to honor him, even though if you look at the parliamentary records, sometimes Mutala has been a bit sarcastic. But that notwithstanding, the New Patriotic Party thinks that there's no need for us to put up a contest in Tamale Central. If Tanko would not want to appreciate this gesture from the New Patriotic Party, it's up to you. In fact, their national chairman, Mr. Sidun Ketia, said that he welcomes this gesture. We are not demanding any condition from the NDC with respect to by-elections in Akotia. But for him to say that we knew that Tamale Central will not be any good ground for us, it is the reason why we are pulling out. That is up to him. I think that the decision by the New Patriotic Party to honor Mutala, who worked and got demised on line of duty for Ghana, is the way to go. And so he can raise all those issues. But, I mean, that should mark the difference between Tanko and his national chairman, Mr. Sidun Ketia.
But it's fair. It's fair when he says you are known to be inconsistent in the past, and to the extent of your inconsistency in the past, you cannot be trusted in the future. So if you say you're not going to do one thing, you should be expected to do just that thing. In fact, he said if they weren't extra prepared and ready in Ablekuma North, your inconsistent position would have cost them the seat. And so that's why until the ballot papers are printed and there's no elephant symbol on it, they can't trust you. And that is a fair view, isn't it?
I think we should have a very serious conversation on this platform than to take along a personal opinion of Rashid Tanko.
A personal opinion based on historical facts?
No, his personal opinion. The position of the New Patriotic Party has not changed. We have said that when it comes to Ablekuma North constituency, as a party, we are not going to be part of it because the Electoral Commission, per their own pronouncements, change the New Patriotic Party. They have submitted their views, opinions, historical records on Ablekuma North. They had made presentation to Parliament and have said that we are left with 3 polling stations to complete the exercise for Ablekuma North. So was it not too bizarre for EC to say that we're going to do a rerun of 19 polling stations? Was it not? So the party National Executive Committee, closed with the authority, said that we were not going to be part of it. And you should know that the National Executive Committee took a strong position against the candidate's decision to be part of that exercise. So as a party, we withdrew from that because the conduct of the EC was so questionable. That can be put to rest. My brother, we as a country have lost our brothers in a very bizarre circumstance. And we are saying that in order to commensurate and sympathize with the immediate family, Tanko can take himself out of the equation. But we feel that there's an immediate family, there's an extended family, and there's a whole Ghana that has been bedeviled with this unfortunate situation. So under the circumstance, we didn't want to go into any contestation.
Okay.
I think this should be a commendable arrangement. Now, for Alhaji Tanko to be saying that we know that it's not going to be a viable enterprise for us, and on that note, we are not contesting. Who told you that NDC could have taken Ayawaso West Ugon from the New Patriotic Party? I've said always that no two elections are the same. And I'm saying that you should just support the position of Estedun Ketia, the national chairman of the NDC, against Rashid Tanko, and you see where we stand.
Okay.
I think that we shouldn't take these issues for granted.
Let me ask you a question I asked him before you take leave of us. That in the future, we shouldn't field candidates from opposing sides for an election in a seat that is occupied by a party. So Tamale North, Tamale Central now is occupied by the NDC. There is a by-election occasioned by death. NPP should not contest. There's a by-election in Akwetia, a seat that was occupied by the NPP. The NDC should not contest. Legally, the Constitution says there must be a by-election. As to how that by-election will be conducted is a different matter, so that you could have a gentleman's agreement and say, this is what we are going to do henceforth. What is your personal view on this?
Well, so for me, it must not lie within the pronunciation of men. It must be grounded in the Constitution. And if we check, the Article 1125 as amended says that in an event of death, it takes within 60 days. And so we must look at the scenario. If we are looking at the scenario of somebody passing, a demise of an MP is different. If you are looking at a situation where we have like Jetikwe's situation, it must be different. So you need to look at the scenario. But I don't disagree that enough by-elections that give us unnecessary contestation. We've seen Akwetia by-elections, 6 polling stations. We've seen Triponi. We've seen Talensi and all those ones. And I think that as a nation, we need to look into the future with an arrangement that would not really disintegrate us, but rather brings us together.
Is it your prayer and wish that NDC withdraws from Akwetia?
I mean, we've not extended, as a party, we've not extended any conditions to them. I mean, if they so wish to participate in Akwetia, Akwetia by-election has been set by the EC to be 2nd September, and New Patriotic Party is ready to honor NS Kumi with a victory. And that is going to happen.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That's Evans Nemako. He's Director of Elections and Research with the New Patriotic Party. So, Fred, those are the two issues, of course. Here, we will be following that and then bringing it. It's just sad that it's too early to be discussing this, but we have to discuss it. I mean, NS Kumi was a personal friend. He was my senior at the law school. He was due to have been called to the bar this October. After all the fight, he has died, and we are looking for a replacement. Mursala, very jovial, very strong, very, powerful guy, is dead, and we're thinking of a replacement. I don't know. I don't know, but it's a whole bizarre. It's sad.
It's sad, as you said. It's sad that within a period of about 6 or 7 days, somebody loses his life, and now you need to think about or you talk about what happens next. But, that is life. You understand? That is life. Life would always move on. You would pass away. Once there's life, the people will continue with the things they have to do.
Yeah.
And for me, with this issue of replacement or no replacement or election or no contest or no contest, for me, I am with the school of thought which believes that, look, people are elected individually. I may like you, I may not like the other person. So I may vote for you not because of your political party, but because of you. There's someone like me who would decide that I want to contest as an independent. I don't want to be on the ticket of the NDC or the MPP. The people may like me in a by-election to replace the person who's left. Why should I be stopped from contesting? Why should you automatically bring somebody to replace the other person without going back to the people to say, this is what we want or this is not what we want? So for me, I believe that regardless of how sad the incidents may be,
the democratic process must be followed.
We need to deepen our democracy. We should learn to stop the violence. We should learn to reduce the financial burden and improve our democracy.
Thank you so much. That's Fred Tete Jabano, is my colleague here in the Channel One newsroom. I am Umaru Sandamado. This has been Situation Room on Channel One TV. We'll return next week with another episode. Meanwhile, we'll be bringing you live coverage of the funeral of the 6 persons out of 8 whose funeral will be held Friday at the Independence Square here on Channel One TV.
welcome to day 4 of the Heritage Caravan 2025. It's bright and early, and we are on our way to the Mole National Park as well as to the Bono region. Currently, we're in the northern region, where last night we were treated to cultural dances by various groups. It was simply amazing, and delicious food here at the Modern City Hotel. But right now, we're getting ready to move straight to the Mole National Park, where we get to witness some beautiful greenery. We also get to see some of the amazing wildlife present at the park, and then we head straight to the Bono region, where we will settle at Elizabeth Hotel. And Inchinchim has promised us a karaoke session, so that promises to be fun. Stick and stay. This is Heritage Caravan 2025.
In Mole National Park, tourists are allowed to do what we call the walk or foot safari, which usually starts at 7 o'clock in the morning each day, then again at 3:30 in the afternoon. So these are the specific time fixed for the walk. But with the drive or the jeep safari, you can do it at any time, any hour you arrive. We will attend to you to do that. So basically, this is what we have in Mole National Park. Reptiles, 9 amphibians, 360 individual species of birds, including 120 species of butterflies. It's not like zoo, or they are not domesticated. So therefore, you cannot see all these 94 species of these mammals. The reason is that some of them are pure nocturnal, and therefore they are active during night. Only the diurnal species that we are allowed to see. For instance, we have about 8 different species of antelope in the park, 4 different species of monkeys. We have over 700 species of elephants in the park. We have the warthogs, buffaloes. Some of the nocturnal species include the hyenas, aardvark, porcupine, genet cat, bush babies, the leopards, including the mongoose. So these are some of the examples of the nocturnal species. You can only see them when you are here to do the night safari. So for now, we are only limited to the diurnal species like what I've just earlier on mentioned. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Going to see some wildlife and observe nature, and I have some of the Heritage Caravanites with me here in the car. Yay! What is the experience in the van like?
Oh, it's amazing being in this van. It's like a roller coaster, so it adds up to all the fun, and we are looking forward to seeing some of the animals here in the park.
Doesn't it remind you of being in a bone shaker when you were in secondary school?
It does. It surely does. Rock my bones. Bone shaker.
We had a bone shaker in St. Rose, so I certainly remember the shaking.
And we had a bone shaker in Achimota School. I was a school athlete. Before we got the school bus, that was all we were riding on.
What do you expect to see, Michael, when we finally get there? What kind of animals do you want to see?
I want to see some buffaloes, some elephants. I know we won't see the hyenas or the leopards because they tend to come out at night. But I want to make sure that we at least see some antelopes, some different types of birds, and maybe if we are lucky, we'll see some snakes too.
You're on your own. Definitely on your own on that score, and I think everybody tends to agree with me. We do not want to see snakes, but rather some, buffaloes, antelopes, and hopefully an elephant. So this is the 2025 Heritage Caravan. He'll go and see the snake on his own. The rest of us will prefer the bigger animals. Snakes is a no-no.
When they take you picture 1, 2, 10 and watch the animal, then you pose again. They are very fast.
This one? This one?
The elephant is very fast.
Really?
Yes.
As big as
so
this? I've been posing for pictures.
Before you say Jack, out, you.
Yeah. It's not coming to you. It's not coming to you. It's coming to feed. Please, don't run. Don't run.
It's a lot. Wow, it is amazing to see the giant elephant up close. We're a few meters away, and as you can see, they're fetching water with their trunks to keep cool in the heat. And their ears are huge. Very impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive animals that we're seeing now.
As you are looking at it, it's the second fastest animal.
It can run?
40 kilometers per hour. It can run.
And you're explaining to us that these are just...
It takes 22 months to give birth.
22
Must to give birth, yes please.
You were telling us that these are just males?
Yeah, they are all male ones. By now, this is the time the female ones give birth. So mostly the female ones isolate themselves from the male ones. When it is with the younger ones, it's always aggressive. For that one, it doesn't come to human vicinity.
And then you asked us to be silent. They don't like noise?
They don't like noise, please.
So if we make noise, the noise will irritate them?
Them to be aggressive. Yes, please.
I don't think we want to see an aggressive elephant.
You can see that some of them lost their taxes.
Yes.
So one has
poacher?
one tax. Sometimes it lost its tax through fight or through feeding.
Oh, so they fight with each other?
Yes, please.
So those white birds around them, what are they?
They are called kettle egret. They are just close friends to the kettles, the elephants.
Them together, even in cartoons?
Yes, please. Yes, they are called kettle egret.
Okay.
Yes, they are friends to the elephants.
Do they do something in particular for the elephants?
When the elephants moves, there are some flies that always fly. They eat up that flies, especially the grasshopper. They eat up those grasshoppers.
So anything that irritates, any insect that irritates the elephant, they
eat it up.
That's nice. The beauty of nature. That's simply amazing. You want to talk to me, Michael? Are you enjoying what you're seeing?
This is incredible. The size of the animals and how they use their body to throw mud onto their body to cool themselves down is really interesting. I'm curious about the birds.
Oh, yeah, he was just telling me that they're always around elephants because insects that disturb the elephants, like grasshoppers, like ticks, they eat them up.
Okay, so they're so many animals in their natural habitat that work with each other to survive. It's very interesting. Yeah,
this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Hi, are you enjoying what you're seeing?
Yes, it's so amazing. I can count, I think, 6 on this side, and there's a huge one at the back there. Yeah, I'm also amazed at the way they are trying to cool themselves off. It's just kind of sad that just very little water for them to cool off with. Yeah.
I think we should appeal to the Mole National Park to create a man-made lake for the elephants so that at least they can cool themselves down. But Doris, why are you stuck in the vehicle?
I'm just scared. I don't know. From here, watching the view is just amazing, perfect. I see everything, and I'm seated here because I'm a bit scared. So,
down, we're experiencing it.
I can see clearly from here too. So, why bother myself by getting down? But it's just fascinating to watch them, doing their own thing. This is the first time seeing an elephant live, and so I'm having this feeling within I can't even explain. It's just beautiful to watch this beautiful nature. So I'm excited to be here.
So this is still the Heritage Caravan 2025. Simply amazing views that we're seeing here. We're seeing the elephants live and colored. They're doing their own thing. They're trying to cool themselves down. It's actually very hot here. That's my humongous hat, sun hat, to cover myself and protect myself from the sun. So this is amazing. So nature working hand in hand. The birds helping the elephants to keep the little insects away from them. The elephants using the mud or water to cool themselves down. So yeah, you can't get that anywhere unless you come and join us on the Heritage Caravan.
We have some parts of the land in the park that we assume there is salt there, which we name some of them salt lakes. When they go there, they use the ivory to dig and feed on the sand. So they can also lose the ivory through that. Yes, please. Thank you.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, together with Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, Vice President, the government and the people of Ghana and the families of the departed, announced with deep sorrow the passing of 8 distinguished Ghanaians. A state funeral will be held in their honor on Friday, 15th August 2025. The time is 8 a.m. and the venue is Blaster Square. All are cordially invited to join in paying final respect to the departed. May their souls rest in perfect peace.
Join us on Channel One TV at 7:30 a.m. on Friday, the 15th of August, as we pay final respects to our 8 gallant heroes who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel One TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel One TV and let's grow together.
The grand finale of the Literacy Challenge 2025 is here! Congratulations to our top 10 finalists. But the big question is, who out of our top 10 wins the ultimate prize of 10,000 Ghana cedis, the Glitzy Trophy, and the bragging rights as the Literacy Challenge winner for 2025? Support your favorite student, support your school, and let's promote literacy in Ghana. Tune in live to Channel One TV for the grand finale on Saturday, 16th August 2025. Venue, Alisa Hotel Ridge, Accra. Time, 1 o'clock p.m. Call 0205-973-973 for more details. The Literacy Challenge 2025 is powered by 97.3 City FM, supported by Channel One TV, and sponsored by Belmu and GB Assessment. On the Upside Down Show this week, we present to you the bold, vibrant, and brilliant Anita Esking. Expect nothing short of real talk, raw truths, and revelations. We always need that one opportunity to sprout, and she, like any other, isn't an exception. Ghana made me, she said.
My career started here.
Here in Ghana.
Right, Ghana is my family. Than you were before that.
Exactly.
You have nobody to please.
So, set your reminder.
Than you were before that.
Exactly.
You have nobody to please.
So, set your reminder and join us at 7 p.m. this Sunday, only on Channel One TV.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there?
Zabad one chabo ke walako ekplekeshi.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi moni nyo Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe mo sha ko ba club fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo she. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I'm Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Coming up, commercial transport operators threaten protest over deplorable Pokwase in Sawom Road. Also coming up, government set for solemn burial tomorrow for last week's helicopter crash victims. Coming up in business, World Bank urges Ghana to sustain its economic recovery momentum. And later in sports, CAF fines Morocco for player misconduct during African Nations Championship match against Kenya. The details of our stories now. Commercial transport operators have given government a week ultimatum to repair the deplorable Pokwase in Sarom Road or face series of protests. In a statement, the operators, including the Ghana Private Road Transport Union of GPRTU and the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council, said the poor condition of the road increases operational costs due to frequent vehicle maintenance, spare parts replacement, and reduced vehicle lifespans. The operators say a recent engagement with the Minister for Roads and Highways yielded an assurance that the road would be put in satisfactory condition within 6 weeks. However, the said deadline has elapsed without any improvement. We've been joined by the Industrial Relations Officer for the Ghana Private Road Transport Union, Abbas Imo, to get more on this. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Now, your group is threatening to lay down their tools if government fails to work on the Pokwase in Sarom Road. Have you considered the impact this could have on passengers who use your services?
Hello?
Hello, sir. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
I'm asking, have you considered the impact of your intended protest if that should go ahead?
Well, road minister invited us, the ministry, and we were assured that we should at least give them not more than 6 weeks or not less than 6 weeks. We shall see some changes over there. As we speak now, after the meeting, the very week, we saw some machines on the road, and that was all. The machines went off. The road is now worse than it was. And this 10, 15 minutes drive, you have to spend not less than 2 hours. Hence, our decision to come up with what to, because there's nowhere, if you are driving from Accra to Nkoko, Suhum, Kumase, in all those places, there's nowhere you have to pass unless through that stretch, which is very, very difficult for us.
Very well, but don't you think you would have to engage government again on your demands, since after the first deadline, you seem not to have heard anything from the government with regards to that particular stretch?
Our doors are always open. We believe in dialogue. That is why each time there is a problem, we come up with it. That is why we're giving 1 week. But if they really have the road at heart, we should see them from tomorrow. Or tomorrow, they have at least 7 days or so. We should see them on the road. Or is anybody happy spending 2 hours while you are supposed to spend 10 hours or at least 15 minutes? While you are supposed to spend 10 minutes or 15 minutes, you have to spend 2 hours. Is anybody happy with that?
Very well. So is this, you are threatening to protest, that Ministerial Relations Officer for GPLT. Let's move away from that. And government says all is set for a solemn state burial tomorrow for the 8th victim of last week Wednesday's military helicopter crash. Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of operations, Stan Dogbe, told the press the military-led ceremony will be conducted with full respect and adherence to protocols given the expected large crowd. He also assured of heavy security deployment to ensure law and order.
All institutional tributes from the various institutions that our departed comrades work with or associated with will be read during the pre-burial period before 9 o'clock. After the service, the bodies of the 6 that are yet to be buried would be conveyed to the military cemetery at Chado for burial. And there as well, the Ghana Armed Forces, together with the churches of the 6 departed comrades, would take charge of the burial ceremony at the military cemetery. Because of the rather large number of people that will be expected tomorrow, a number of measures have been taken to ensure that we have a very solemn ceremony.
Meanwhile, more Ghanaians continue to lay wreath at the ceremonial garden of Jubilee House. Chief Executive of GIFEC, Rashid Tanko Computer, Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Okulu, Group Chairman of Tobingo, Dr. Samuel Amotobin, and MD of Tema Oil Refinery, Edmond Combat, laid flowers in honor of the 8 who perished in last week's helicopter crash. They spoke to the media shortly after paying their respects.
It's a huge lesson for the state. We'll take a second look at our aviation sector, especially the Air Force, and then the government will take action after the investigation is complete. Currently, the investigation is ongoing, so we entreat Ghanaians not to jump the gun. We just have to wait after the investigation, and then the appropriate actions will be taken. We've learned our lessons in a bitter way. Losing them is terrible.
Our condolences to the bereaved families, especially, my dear, to the widows. I've been in their shoes before, and I know what they are going through this time around. My prayer is that may the Lord comfort them. I mean, it's a lesson to us as members of parliament, as ministers of state. I mean, we should be humble, knowing very well that we all die one day.
Looking at the whole event, it's just a shock to all of us. What I would say as a Christian, I would just plead to the public that we should put our hope and our trust in God. Let us accept Him as our Lord and personal Savior. This shows that we don't know when we will leave. And all the things that we are all rushing for, it being politicians, it being businessmen, it being even the young pastors now, all these things, we just leave them in a day. They told their family, we are going to work and come back. And they left for work, they didn't come back. they didn't go with anything, not even the address. I think it's a big lesson.
Nobody could have known that this is what was going to happen. And it's sad. I don't think that we will ever forget. And the best way that we young appointees can serve their memory is to make sure that President Mohammed's reset agenda in all the institutions that he appointed us is to make sure that we carry that reset.
Chancellor of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences and Social Sciences at the Vatican, His Eminence Cardinal Peter Kojo Apiateksin, has called on the clergy and prophets to first pray and intercede over prophecies, especially those foretelling disasters, before making them public. His remarks come after the Presidential Envoy for the Interfaith and Ecumenical Relations Office, Elvis Efiye Ankwa, issued a directive on Sunday, August 10, requiring that any prophecy or spiritual insight relating to high-profile political leaders, governance, national security, or public stability be formally presented for urgent assessment. Speaking to Channel 1 News, Cardinal Texton stressed that when a prophecy reveals the possibility of disaster, immediate prayer should precede public pronouncements.
Prophecies as a communication of divine knowledge to humans, first and foremost, makes you privy of God's thoughts and whatever. And for me, the first consequence is to speak with God himself, especially if the content of the privacy is about disaster or evil or something that may befall. Since you may not have the chance to immediately communicate with whoever is concerned, the first thing, therefore, that you do is you intercede with God about what is happening. God, if it's possible, avert this. This is actually what Abraham did when God shared a story with him about destroying Sodom and Gomorrah.
You are still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I'm Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Still to come, Accra Circuit Court denies bail for One TV presenter Ajinkwa Nana Kofi Asari. We have details coming up shortly. Please stay with us.
In Ghana, West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. Another day. It's always smiles knowing we are together. Ooh, what a feeling. Work is always effective with NASCO home appliances. No wahala, if the sun is up, we there for your appetite. Never a dull moment to go for something chill. And Nijepa, I want NASCO fee. NASCO, bring home happiness.
The grand finale of the Literacy Challenge 2025 is here! Congratulations to our top 10 finalists. But the big question is, who out of our top 10 wins the ultimate prize of 10,000 Ghana cedis, the Glitzy Trophy, and the bragging rights as the Literacy Challenge winner for 2025? Support your favorite student, support your school, and let's promote literacy in Ghana. Tune in live to Channel 1 TV for the grand finale on Saturday, 16th August 2025. Venue, Alisa Hotel Ridge, Accra. Time, 1 o'clock p.m. Call 0205-973-973 for more details. The Literacy Challenge 2025 is powered by 97.3 City FM, supported by Channel 1 TV, and sponsored by Belmu and GB Assessment.
You're welcome back to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Let's do some other stories now. The Accra Circuit Court has denied bail for One TV presenter Ajinkwa Nana Kofi Asari. Now, Kofi Asare was picked up on Tuesday after making on-air claims linking President John Dramani Mahama to last week's fatal military helicopter crash that claimed 8 lives. Speaking to Channel 1 News, lawyer for the accused person, Enoch Afuaka, described the court's ruling as a miscarriage of justice and added that his outfit would appeal the decision.
The grounds upon which the accused person, the court must grant the person bail, is that the person must have a fixed place of abode in the republic where he can be located. The person must have sureties who have sufficient and substantial means with proven integrity and their rights. And I noted to the court that Mr. Benedict Siakon is a man of substance and sufficient means with proven integrity, who is also the shareholder of Untumi Media, present in court and willing to stand as surety for him. Mr. Gordon Asaribediakon, a renowned broadcast journalist, was also in court and is also willing to post bail for the accused person. Upon all this and others, the court did not find favor in all this, the provisions ascribed in law, in plain language. But the language of the court is that the court is refusing to grant him bail on the point that to calm tempest down. Who is the complainant in this matter? So the Ghana Police Service ought to issue a statement telling us where their tempests are, because they are the complainant in this matter.
Former Education Minister and MP for Busumuchi in the Ashanti region, Dr. Yawase Educhum, has picked nomination forms to contest the 2026 New Patriotic Party flag-bearer election. Dr. Educhum becomes the 5th aspirant to enter the race set for January 2026. Now, 2024 flag-bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and his closest contender, Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, have also picked forms. Also, former General Secretary Kobna Ejapon and MP for Abetifi Boine Champon have also picked up forms to contest the primaries. Dr. Educhum says he is confident of victory come January 31, 2026.
We are on track, and by the grace of God, my part, I believe, will vote for me and make me the flag bearer. And after that, we'll be on the journey to the promised land. The land that our nation has been yearning for years. That our nation will become a prosperous one. Our nation will wage war against poverty and win. The poverty and deprivation will be over. That is what the campaign of 2028 will be about. To be about a country that had independence many years ago. We've done our very best. From the first president to the current president, each one of them have done something great. Yet, we have a lot to do. And that is what the Educhum presidency will be about.
Savannah Regional Health Director Dr. John Eko Otu has raised concerns over the persistent shortage of health professionals in the region. He notes that the few available staff often request repostings and transfers to other regions, increasing the burden on the directorate and deepening the human resource deficit. To address the challenge, Dr. Otu said the directorate has introduced incentive packages, including covering the cost of renewing professional licenses and other measures aimed at retaining staff. He made these remarks at the mid-year performance review meeting held under the theme Management of Financial Resources for Building an Effective Healthcare System for Improved Patient Outcomes.
One of our key challenges is the human resource. Currently, apart from community health nurses and general nurses, where we seem to have relatively good numbers, all other cadre of health workers, we have big deficits. Aside that, the few that we have, many have worked in the region for quite a long time, 5 to 10 years, and even beyond 10 years. And many are requesting to be transferred or to be reposted to other regions, where when they ask, it's difficult to deny them. So as a region, we are doing everything to ensure that, one, we maintain, we encourage the staff we have to stay with us, and also encourage more health workers to come join us.
The Ghana Mine Workers Union of the Trades Union Congress is urging local mining companies to place greater focus on workers' welfare. The union says many local firms continue to lag behind foreign companies in critical areas such as employee care, which uplift the country's image in the international mining community. Speaking at the union's National Executive Council meeting, Deputy General Secretary Jerry Andy warned that without urgent improvement, Ghana could face a crisis similar to the financial sector collapse, where weak governance led to the downfall of several institutions.
Whilst advocating for greater participation by local entities operating in the mining space, it must be understood that most local entities, particularly in the industry, are not attentive to corporate governance, CSR, and the well-being of workers as compared to their foreign counterparts. To be more attentive to workers' well-being and welfare, and also institute high standards of accountability, comply with corporate governance rules and regulations, and respect international standards and best practices. In order to avert the unfortunate but avoidable situation we witnessed in the financial sector, where some shareholders meddled in and circumvented corporate governance rules that led to the collapse of a number of institutions, denying innocent depositors of their investments.
Meanwhile, the Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress, Joshua Ansah, has thrown his support behind the union's goal. He's urging government to expedite the review of the Labour Act to help address the ongoing disparities in the sector.
The TUC Ghana is committed to supporting the Ghana Mine Workers Union in its effort to improve working conditions, promote occupational health and safety, and advocate for the rights of miners. As workers are urged to remain vigilant and proactive in addressing the challenges facing the mining sector. Let us work together and build a stronger, more resilient union that represents the interests of the workers and promote their welfare. And therefore, all of the presidents and the minister in charge of labor and employment to facilitate and ensure that the review of the Labour Act is brought to the conclusion to give real meaning to labor relations workers this country.
This is still news feed on Channel 1 TV. Up next is Business with Netele Nete Ajaho. Hi, Netele.
Hi, Hawa.
What's in the world of business?
The World Bank is urging governments to implement measures to sustain the macroeconomic gains. Yes.
Please give us the details.
Okay. Now, the World Bank is urging Ghana to sustain the economic recovery momentum despite what it describes as impressive growth in the first half of this year. The bank notes that while the current administration has shown goodwill in steering the economy back on track, it must ensure that all structural reforms and policy commitments are fully implemented to lock in gains and prevent a relapse. Speaking at the launch of Ghana's 9th economic update, which examined labor market challenges and opportunities, World Bank Country Director for Ghana, Robert O'Brien, stressed that sustained growth will require targeted investments in job creation, skills development, and private sector competitiveness.
The new administration has shown commitment to corrective measures, including budget and public financial management reforms. Encouragingly, the first half of 2025 saw improvements with a positive primary balance of 1.1% of GDP on a commitment basis, achieved through expenditure rationalization. While the government continues to pursue macroeconomic stability through fiscal consolidation, it is important that this objective does not override the need to maintain spending in strategic areas, particularly those that are aimed at protecting the most vulnerable. Honorable Vice Minister, ladies and gentlemen, balancing fiscal discipline with targeted investments remains essential for safeguarding Ghana's economic stability and ensuring strong social protection. As we consider adjustments to financing, such as resources from the International Development Association, IDA, which is the World Bank's concessional lending window, it is important to recognize that unique the unique value these funds bring.
Policy think tank Imani Africa has cautioned that Ghana's latest cocoa producer price increase will do little to lift most farmers out of poverty as low productivity and small farm sizes continue to limit earnings. Under the 2025-2026 season adjustment, the producer price was raised from 3,228 per 64 kilo bag from the previous 3,100, but Imani in its latest analysis asserts that the core problem lies not in the selling price, but in how much farmers are able to produce. Here is more.
Drawing on an average productivity of 500 kilograms per hectare from its own research and other studies, including data from the Ghana Statistical Service, Imani estimates that a typical farmer produces about 8 bags per hectare annually. At the new price, this yields roughly 25,830 cedis per hectare per year. The maximum annual income for about 35% of farmers cultivating less than 1 hectare. For the 70% of farmers with up to 2 hectares, income doubles to 51,660 cedis per year. While the headline figure appears substantial, it breaks down into 2,152 cedis per month, or just 5 cedis 90 pesos per day per hectare, far below the living income benchmark of 20 cedis 9 pesos per day for a typical household of 5. Imani warns that without yielding boosting interventions such as access to improved inputs, stronger extension services, and better farm management, price hikes alone will not deliver meaningful improvement in farmer welfare.
And that's all for business. I am Neteli Neti Ajahu.
Next, we have sports with Bernard Abeikoche. Hi, Abeku.
Hey, Ajay, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Yeah.
What's in the world of sports?
Oh, CAF is doing something interesting. It's making sure its rules and regulations are enforced. So, if your coach reports late for, presses, for example, there are fines. It's also in our Ghana Premier League, for example, it's in the Division 1. So these are rules CAF, is trying to make national teams aware of, and it's interesting what's happening in the channel.
Let's give us the details.
Let's get into it, shall we now? The Confederations of African Football has fined the Moroccan Football Federation $5,000 for player misconduct during their African Nations Championship match against Kenya. Half of the fine is suspended on the condition no similar offense occurs for the rest of the tournament, with payment due within 60 days. Kenya's Football Federation was handed a $50,000 fine for safety and security breaches during the same match in Kasarani. CAF warned that repeated violation could see the country's home fixtures moved, urging improved stadium security and stricter match day measures. The Football Association of Zambia was also fined $5,000 for failing to present its head coach at a pre-match press conference before facing the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let's move to the English Premier League, and former Crystal Palace manager Alan Pardew believes Eberechi Eze should choose Arsenal over Tottenham Hotspur if he leaves Selhurst Park this summer. Pardew's comments, come as Spurs, now managed by Thomas Frank, prepare a bid for the England international. Tottenham see Eze as a potential number 10 in Frank's system, with their pursuit separate from ongoing interest in Manchester City's winger Savinho. Eze, who has been a standout for both club and country, remains a key figure for Palace, but interest from both North London rivals is expected to grow in the coming weeks.
I think everybody, and I'll talk for my Arsenal friends, not for my own thinking. My Arsenal friends all assume that if they get the right number 9, they got a great chance of winning the league, and I do agree with that. would Eze take him nearer to that title? Possibly, but I think they got enough quality on Maroid and everybody else there.
That's what I think. I don't think Arsenal need him.
No, I would agree with that to an extent. So therefore, I have answered your question, although you didn't serve it up to me equally.
I thought it was equal.
You thought you did, but because you're Spurs, you're underlying it all.
I'm lying.
Okay. I think he should go to Spurs if he leaves the great Crystal Palace.
If he leaves the great Crystal Palace, I think he feels.
Does that make you feel better?
Well, that's the very latest from the world of sports, and I am Bernard Abegochi.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I'm Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Good evening.
Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away. We are taking the girls away. We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away. Whatever you do, I will take you home. I will take you home tonight. Whatever you say, I will take you home. I will take you home tonight. We are taking the girls away. We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away. In the other wonderful. Say why you cry? You best so myself in Nara, ya pastor. In the other wonderful message. Say why you cry? You best so myself in Nara, ya pastor. We are taking the girls away. We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away. To church.
To church. Very important. Before they come and accuse us. Daddy, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's been such a long time.
Yes, I know.
And you know, I want to start with a quote. I'm welcoming our viewers. What's cooking? You are welcome to What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko. But there's a quote I want to share with you. There's someone who said that food is music for the... But I have Akable here with me. He's a legendary Ghanaian musician. And when I say legendary, I'm not using the word just because he's here. This man has won several awards. I think most recently, or most notably for Ghanaians, in 2010 he won Best Musician at the Ghana Music Awards. But he's played with Joel Akka, he's played with the Western Diamonds Band, he's traveled all over the world. We're mourning Daddy Lumba. He played with Daddy Lumba, not once, not twice. He's played with almost every big musician that you respect and love. Played with Kodrenchi, Rex Omar, you name it. But he's not just a musician, he's a composer. And I think that's also what makes him very special. Because when he's strumming, you can tell that he has built the music. So Daddy Akable is here today. We're going to cook with him, celebrate him. We're going to have some fancy kenke. But Daddy is going to make egg stew for us to have it with. Egg stew, very special egg stew.
Special one.
Special egg stew. So we'll go on a break, but before that, let me remind you that we're sponsored by Tasty Tom. And Tasty Tom has a range of spices. There's the ginger and garlic spice, the stew spice, beef, chicken, and also we have Lele rice. So a very big thank you to Lele rice as well. Let's go for a break, and when we return, we'll get cooking with our daddy, our legend. And if you're just joining us, this is What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko Sayira Mashong Abe. Apioko is just fine. I have no problem with that. Now, my guest today is Akable. Akable is a huge part of contemporary, what I would call contemporary Ghanaian culture. He has done so much for Ghanaian music, but you know, sometimes when you're not always the one singing, you're not always the one on the microphone in front on stage, people don't realize that without the musicians, there is no music, really. You know, the beats, the sound, the melody, it comes from the instruments. And Akable has traveled all over the world, putting Ghana on the map while you are sleeping. He has done a lot for Ghana, and it's such an honor to have him here. Daddy, welcome once again.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, we are making egg stew.
Yeah, the one my grandmother taught me.
No, you have to tell me this story. So how did you learn it?
Back in the days when I was around 7 years, my grandmother, every morning we would be crying. I come here then. You said, oh, one train in there, 5 minutes. I said, no, we have 5 minutes. And true, within 5 minutes,
the food is ready. Simple egg stew.
Simple egg stew. It's done.
And for years, you've also, since you're 7 years, you've also been cooking this.
Exactly.
All over the world.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite egg stew. You don't have to blend them. No.
I love it.
You just have to slice the ingredients and
that's it. Yeah. Okay, so let's start. We'll wash our hands first, right? Yes. Okay.
That's for you too.
So we'll start with the onions.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there a reason why you like this size when you're cutting the onions?
No reason,
really.
but at least it's plenty.
Okay.
You get a lot of onions.
Onions to chew.
That's right. You know, onions are very good. Very, very good for the health.
No, but because you are very... Daddy, how old are you now?
I'm 60.
And you are still playing, traveling?
I was 60 on the 3rd of June.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And so, is it your diet that keeps you young and healthy?
Both diet and exercise.
Okay. What kind of exercise do you do?
I walk a lot and I play football as well.
Hey, well, this is precious. So the young men who are growing pot bellies.
Yes.
Learn from our fathers. You play football.
I play football, yeah.
Wow.
Not a professional footballer.
Oh no, but to keep fit.
I know how to play very good, but
okay.
I mean, the stamina is not like before. Yeah.
So is there a group that you play with, or how do you do it?
Around my area, there is a football park.
Okay.
That when the young guys are playing, they just
join them.
Yeah. Sometimes I play 2 hours, sometimes I play 3 hours. And these young boys, They will play 30 minutes and then they will go and sit down. And I keep telling them, look, stop taking too much alcohol, drink a lot of fruit juice, and stop taking carbohydrated drinks like fruit juice from the supermarket now. They are no good. Blend your own onion, oranges and then pineapples. Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
It's the best way.
Good advice. Very good advice.
Yeah.
No, because you don't look 60.
Sometimes you can drink one Guinness or one beer along the line, but it shouldn't be a habit. Yeah. It shouldn't be a habit.
Shouldn't be a habit. So I hope the young men are listening. The young boys.
Stop be a habit
drinking too much alcohol.
No.
Drink natural fruit juices.
Very, very important.
Stop buying carbonated drinks and all that. Take care of yourself. Once in a while you can indulge. But
yeah, of course.
Go for the natural things.
It's very important.
So that when you are playing football, you don't go and spend 30 minutes.
30 minutes and come and sit down. No.
So after we finish chopping the onions, what will we do next?
We chop the tomatoes and everything.
But we are not blending anything.
No, we are not blending.
So this is a proper village meal.
You don't
No,
blend
we don't have any blender.
No.
I like it.
You just chop them and then.
Okay, let me get the pots ready. I mean, it's here. It's been washed already. So there we are set.
Sure.
And then we are using oil, normal vegetable oil.
Vegetable. I really like coconut oil, but if you don't get coconut oil...
Oh, we can get coconut oil, it's possible.
Because that's the best oil.
That's nice. Is it that one?
Best.
That is it.
Best.
That is
best.
it.
There's no fat in coconut oil. You know, I also sell coconut oil.
And then now we have to be buying from you. Please.
Of course, you have to buy from me.
What's cooking team, producers, and viewers? We have to start buying our coconut oil from Daddy Akabo.
Exactly.
Now we've said that.
Very organic.
Yes, food is music for the soul, for the body.
Very
organic. And then we said that
coconut
music is food for the heart. So if you are buying food from a musician, then
you know you are buying the original and organic coconut oil.
Forever and ever.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Okay, so now we'll talk about that later. But Daddy, what was it like growing up? And I'm happy that what you're making, you said you learned it from your grandmother. Did you grow up with her?
Yes, I grew up with my grandmother, my father's mother. And she's called Doma. Doma. Yeah. She was very disciplined. I never saw my grandmother's friend. Never. She wakes up in the morning. Either she also cooks kenke.
Okay.
And sell.
Fancy kenke.
Not fatty kenke. Fum. And there's another one called tokuma. Yeah. She's either cooking.
So where was this? This must have been in Fancy land.
Anuchi. I'm an Nzima.
Okay, Nzima.
Yeah. Where the gas plant is.
Yeah.
They say the gas plant is in
Atuabo. No, but it's not.
It's not in Atuabo.
The gas plant itself.
Anochi. Yeah. So my grandmother either cooking kenke or going to the farms. That's it.
What was she farming?
She was farming groundnuts, tiger nuts, and cassava.
Okay, so for those who know, this is in the western region of Ghana, you know, and the Nzima ethnic group is very prominent. That's where they come from. So that's what we are talking about. And of course, I mean, when you hear the name, you hear Clay, you know that it's an Nzima name.
Exactly, 100% Nzima. My father is an Nzima, my mother is an Nzima.
Oh, 100%?
Yes.
So how did you end up living with your grandmother? Where were your parents?
Unfortunately, my father and my mother divorced when I was in class 3. And my father was a teacher, became a textbooks officer, and then assistant director of Ghana Education Service.
Oh, wow.
In Axim.
Wow, I see. Interesting.
And my mother was in the village.
Interesting.
But I don't know what happened between my father and my mother. So they were not on.
So it's not your business.
Yeah. So me and my siblings were compelled to live with our grandmother.
How many were you and your siblings?
We are only 3.
3, okay.
My father's children.
Okay.
Yeah. We are only 3. So my senior brother, George, myself, and then my younger sister, Doma, who was named after my grandmother.
Named after your grandmother.
Exactly.
That's beautiful.
So
that's very beautiful.
So
your grandmother raised you.
My grandmother took care of us, and I don't know, but that is my father and my mother's problem.
No, it is their problem,
the problem.
know.
But
God,
it affected us.
No, of course it would.
That made my younger sister passed on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she died.
She was dealing with the trauma of it.
She had an ulcer due to hunger.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because my mother always says, "Oh, Papa, I'm oh, Papa, a lot."
Oh.
And my mother left us for the Ivory Coast. She wanted to live in the Ivory Coast, so we had to stay with my grandmother.
So are you in touch with your parents? Are they still alive?
Yeah, my mother is passed, but my father is 106.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
106.
My mother passed at 96.
You are blessed, though.
Yeah.
You are so blessed. Your mother passed at 96.
Yeah,
my father, 106.
106. My father is 106.
And he's in Ghana.
He's in the village, Anochi.
I would love to meet him.
Yes.
I'm sure he has so much history.
A lot.
I'd love to meet him one of these days. Yeah. No, that's a blessing.
He's still, if I go to the village, not the village, if I go to my hometown, and you want to do anything for him, the only thing that he will allow you to do is to maybe wash for him.
But he does everything else himself.
That's it.
Even at 106?
Yes.
Wow.
He would like to sweep his room, do everything, go to fetch water for himself, do everything for himself.
This is amazing. No, that's a blessing. That's a blessing. And your older brother is also still alive?
He's staying with my father.
Okay. Such a blessing. How does your father feel? Does he understand the work you've done?
Initially, no. But later, when I first traveled with Juaraka in 1990 to Germany and we returned, I visited my father. We need something else to put.
I think we can put it here.
Okay.
Just at the side.
I visited my father and then he introduced me to his friends. Oh, we don't need Juaraka. Listen, Papa, what teaches Chris airport?
I love this.
Papa said was a teacher.
Oh, so that was the thing.
Yeah.
Papa said he wanted you to be a teacher.
He wanted me
like
to be a teacher like him.
So he wasn't happy about the
We look
music.
alike.
I see.
We look alike.
So you are very close to him.
Yeah, in actual fact, it was my grandmother who made sure that I became a musician.
Wow.
Papa Mpino, hey, Ubia, the whole Azim district.
Yeah.
TTC,
training course.
Emma, I was the only person who qualified.
Wow.
Papa a resort or Baba from band.
I'm sure you were so angry.
Then my grandmother, it is Nipa knows for a concert. Concert.
Oh my God. But I think that's the blessing of grandparents.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I have lost all my grandparents.
Oh.
I've never met my father's father. I never met him. He died
met
in
my father's
1962.
father. I met my father's mother. I met my mother's mother, but I didn't meet my mother's father. Yeah.
But I see how my parents interact with my children. Anything they want to do, it's allowed.
Yes.
Anything, you know.
Anything,
they
you'll be allowed, of course.
It's allowed.
Of course, allow him to develop.
It's a blessing. Meanwhile, when we were growing up,
no, they didn't allow us.
the way they were hard on us. But it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Daddy, while we finish cutting the pepper, I want us to go for a break. I'm sure by the time we come back, everything will be ready, and then we'll go to the fire to do our pakpakpa. Our pakpakpa X2.
You see how slow I am?
No, but
my grandmother is so fast.
So you are not meeting the 5 minutes.
No, I'm not meeting the speed.
But you are doing, even the way you've cut the thing, you can see, I know, this is a master chef. You understand?
Yeah.
So we're going for a break, and when we come back, we'll continue making the egg stew that Daddy Akable, the legend, learns from his grandmother, Mami Doma. We'll be right back.
Say me Johnny tasting kuyi. Tasty Tom. Add the new seasoning powders about chicken, stew, jollof, shrimp, beef. The way it enhances the natural aroma. Tasty Tom, dear. I trust them. And there is no staining of fish, meat, or chicken. Me need also. New aroma.
New taste.
New taste from Tasty Tom. New seasoning powder.
But then again, Jeff.
Flavor and taste. This advert is FDA approved. Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a water cellar. If you reach, ask there, anybody will show you. When the black stars stick to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. Why Fatika want to be dribble? The coach must go. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe. Have you acted? Mami Gobe Nubi. These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is still What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko. In fact, ladies and gents, are you ready now? It's time to make our egg stew today.
Very important. Nice version.
Thank you. I'm here with Uncle Akable, one of Ghana's biggest exports for music. And look, we'll talk about that, but this man has been all over the world. Even just, when was it, last month? You came back from tour.
From tour on the 15th. I came back on the 15th of July.
Yeah. You were in Europe?
Yeah, I was in Europe.
Based in Denmark.
Based in Denmark, but he played around.
Yeah. The man is still touring. It's not easy. So he's a legend. We're happy to have him here.
I'm a young boy.
No, you are.
I'm a young boy.
You are. Because Uncle Ebo Taylor is in his 90s and he's also touring.
He's touring.
And he gets on the guitar and
His 80s touring.
So I was saying the last time that when I see people like you, Uncle Ambole, Uncle Ebo Taylor, Pat Thomas,
they are all touring.
I see you on stage. It's very difficult to forget that you are our fathers. Because the energy that you bring to the stage,
that is it.
It's not 90 years and 80 years and 60 years.
You have to exercise,
eat
well, drink well, sleep well. Yeah.
No, I don't.
And then also take some girls to church. It's very important.
No, we don't even feel like you have aged.
Yeah, because of music. I don't know the spirit behind music, but as a musician, you always feel like you're a young guy.
I think that's art in general.
Yeah.
You know, art makes you feel you are connected to the earth.
Exactly.
You know, and to the universe.
It's always fresh.
You always have the source.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's always fresh. I think that's what it is. Okay, so now we are making our egg stew.
Exactly.
That's Grandma Duma taught us how to make.
Yeah.
So we are going to the fire now.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
see, Uncle, you see, guy says exactly like swag near too much.
The fire.
Swag near too much.
That's right.
Okay. Should it be higher now?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Then we pour in our
coconut oil.
Yeah, coconut oil.
We are not putting plenty.
No.
I should add some.
It's okay.
So. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we want it to become hot.
We get it hot.
Okay. So we need our spoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so what will go in first? The onions?
Yes. The onions.
Is
The onions first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you get into music? Because like you were telling us before,
yes,
your father, I mean, he wasn't just a teacher, he was an educationist.
Of course.
And became a director for the Ghana Education Service in the Western region,
Azim District.
Yeah.
Music, I believe, has been with humanity from time immemorial.
But you're also supposed to be a teacher, from what you said. You passed.
I even taught.
You're licensed.
I taught for 1 year as a people teacher. And then during that time, my father went for the results, and I was the only person who passed from the Azim District.
Wow.
He was happy. He was coming. Oh, my God, Dada. Papa, your friend teacher in South Africa. Don't more. Or anybody in any party. I said, oh, what make you mama man? Ah, poor, call. Papa also do grow. I say, where is Anojo? That's my native name.
Anojo.
Anojo, you know. Anojo is gone.
Oh.
Come on, band.
But how did he feel at that time? What did he say? Was he angry or he was sad?
Very angry. Because we were about 120 candidates.
You were the only one.
And who passed? So he was proud of the whatever. No.
Oh
Not
goodness.
me, a teacher.
Okay.
I can. Yeah, it's
so
hot
all
now.
is hot.
Yeah.
So the onions can go in.
Go
now.
in there, yeah. First. That's right.
All.
Let's put all in there. Then you stir it.
Okay. There's some here. It means some of the pepper will go in.
And every so then
the same thing.
Then fry will cook. Yeah.
Okay. So we stir it.
Yeah, you stir it. Make sure it's well mixed.
So we want the coconut oil to go on all the onions.
Exactly.
Okay. But we didn't use a lot at all, just small.
It's okay.
So this is what you have been saying, that it's about what you eat.
It's about what you eat. What you eat, not too much of everything. Take a little bit of everything and then.
Okay. So do you want it to become brown and
No, just about after 1 minute.
1 minute
yeah.
then, okay.
Just
then we add.
add,
So what will go next?
The pepper. And then the garlic.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Uncle, so when your father got angry with you, that maybe who in whom I am well pleased.
Yeah, but
and then
this school, the best school in the whole Ghana is called St. John's. In Takrady.
Shout out to the St. John's.
Yeah, the Saints.
The Saints.
Yeah. The school number
because of the music.
Music, because they had a band called Matthew chapter 5.
Hey.
Yes.
Yes, wow.
And Papa also to be a teacher, so I had to run away. But eventually, I attended that school. Yeah. But unfortunately for me, I couldn't have the opportunity to play in the school band because by then, St. John's, if after exams you have to fall between 1st and 10th before you can play in the school band.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
If you don't fall within that, you are not part of the school band. No matter
that's
how.
very interesting.
Yeah.
But what was the reason?
So what's it? I want to band in truant.
So they don't want that narrative.
We are a very good academically. Then you join the
so that you put respect on it.
But my position 13 between 13 and 15, maybe I'm more.
Wow.
But after school, and I'm approaching one guy, your friend Pajo. Now, your band we were talking about the friend Osama.
Pajo, the guitarist.
The guitarist. Yeah.
So said Ghana or Canada.
Exactly. One was starting how to play the guitar. What you mean? You tell band be a friend HM Films.
Yes.
Now on no manage the Princess Cinema. me mate from St. John's Equatorial Band and HM Band. The boy at a point in time, not Pajo, or person Fiji Waraka. No, need Waraka, but a fastest number, no person Fiji Waraka now, or Quatra Canada. No,
and he gave me that so opportunity. You were his gift to Joe Aka,
yeah.
So that he could comfortably retire from
exactly.
Joe Aka's band.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was when I started going to professional.
So what was it like playing with Joe Aka?
It was like hell. Serious school. Because after the time, Joe Aka had the best musicians. Masha was the best bass player. Mr. Kofi was the best drummer. Amos, the late Amos, was the best
keyboardist.
Akwabwa, the late Akwabwa was the best keyboardist. Then I was just a beginner.
Oh, no.
And it was like hell. I'm telling you.
But how did you survive?
I wanted to run away. The first rehearsals, I did everything correct. And then we had a program at Talk of the Town in Tema. And I couldn't stand the heat. So it was a Sunday. The morning of Monday, I took my bag. I wanted to run away. Somebody went to choke me to do that. Hey, Betra, Tema Bass, we make whatever. Betra, one of you, hey, I can't go ahead. I say, I can buy me 2 more. It will ever more. Remember bad, that's right. Who could walk Mamma Sufika and what the track and walk. The Tuesday, Mashan Waba has what the guitarist be a friend of you, Amano, but never. Ah, many guitarist said, you are man of Betra or danger. Oh, but just a minyadi, you as walk. Wow, but you say, Waba. Hey, what is that boy? Where's Aka? Now, my shadow. He can't play the band. He's a beginner. So no,
he will play.
Nobody is indispensable. If I cannot play the band collapse.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know what I'm saying. Band me too. No, bomb so back.
Wow.
He want to buy tapes from Electoral, from George Besson, from Peter White. Videotapes and books. That time we used to video cassette me PNC. No the man
VHS.
Intimation me PNC ko na mo boba ko na ma hwe na ma copy na ma.
So it was really like school.
Yes. Na me read the books na me kakra after 2 months. That crow you call rehearsals na Masha. Oh, okay. This chord, how do you spell it? The US say but the boy by I say, you are going to bet your danger. I can't mind training. Oh my
goodness.
But it's a my feet.
Wow.
In actual fact, though Pajo started me off, but you were like
who really refined you.
Exactly. And then he took me to Konimo and then Kinoina.
So you really played with all the greats?
No, I learned from them. I learned from Konumo as now he's my teacher.
But that's such a blessing.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel when you look back? Because now, it's now that new generations we are now experiencing you as legends. Yeah. And knowing that you were trained by some of these people, how is that making you feel?
I feel like I have...
Because not everybody had that opportunity.
Yeah, seriously, I feel like I have finished university, have my master's, got my PhD. Seriously.
Because that's what it is.
Yeah. At a point in time, I was 14 from Tema to Accra, from Committee 2.
You're kidding.
To Kanda, to learn from a Botela, from the late Kwesi Ebo, from the late Kikijan, Kojojan, Nat Fredia, Kofi Electric.
Everybody.
Because Nat Fredia had a studio called Black Note, opposite Plus 233. And I had to come and learn. I had no money, so I had to walk from Committee 2.
From Committee 2 to Tema.
Through the beach.
I don't know if our viewers are understanding. Walking from Committee 2 to Tema, so you walk through Sakumono.
Yeah.
Sakumono Beach.
Exactly.
And then come and connect to the Plus 233 area, Ring Road.
Stay there for 3 days or 4 days, learn from all these people, and then walk back home.
So it was actually school, like your time, like that was like a what we'll now call artist residence.
That's it. That was around 1990.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But then it also means that you are very determined.
Yeah. Because I had no choice.
This is what you wanted to do.
Exactly. I have no choice. I have to learn. So I have gone through it, gone through the mill, learned a lot from everybody. I learned from everybody, from the clues from the George Bensons. So in actual fact, in 1991, when I left Juwalaka and then we formed Western Diamonds, people called me George Benson. I was playing
because
like
you were playing like him.
Until I met Cole back and he said, hey, I'm sorry. But I said, what do you mean? We know Yap on Sabo. We know a Quabo. We know Modern Sombo. We know the woman. But what is a Bruni? What do you mean?
Wow.
Then I reversed from playing like the whites to play like myself.
So now, Konimo now had to come in and then get you to your roots.
Exactly. So now I play like myself.
No, but that explains a lot because when I see you and hear you play, I feel, you know, there's pop in there, there's
everything.
There's reggae, a bit of country, there's reggae, there's jazz,
I've learned
there's
everything.
blues,
yes,
even rock and roll.
I have
funk.
learned
it's
everything.
all there.
And
but
I have
then there's still something that's Ghanaian.
I have developed my style called Kundum High Life.
Kundum High Life.
Yeah. That's what I play.
I love it. I love it.
I think we can put in our tomato now.
So tomatoes are going now. Yes. Kundum High Life.
Yes.
Why did you name it that?
Yeah, because I'm an Nzima and we celebrate Kundum as our festival. And I also derive rhythms from the Kundum festival to create my music.
But at a point, you used to play the drums.
Yes, I used to play drums.
But you always prefer the strings to the drums.
Something happened, which I can't say it. But
okay,
then,
that's fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
Health-wise, I had to leave the drums and then play guitar.
Interesting. But guitar is what has
in actual fact, I started guitar when I was around 6 years because I used Saturday night powder. I'm sure the youth will not know what is called Saturday night powder.
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
No, look at the picture. It's on your screen. That's right. Saturday night powder.
Saturday night powder. My mother used to buy them and then put it in her bag, waiting for Kundum time to spray it on the people who will be dancing. And I'll sneak about 5 of them, go and throw the powder out.
Oh!
And then throw the powder away. And then use the tin, put in stick, use sardine openers and use it as guitar tuners. And then put on Akrante wire. And then I've invented my guitar, 5 of them. I'll give it to my friends and then we'll be playing, strumming and then singing at age 7. Playing and singing. A lot of people will be coming to dash as coconut and then somebody will go and tell my mother, hey, I know you. One start in the concert, maybe more. Mama will say, oh, I walk off and powder, no, all the kid over the band. After 1 year, yeah, my son revived.
Wow.
So that's how.
So when you look back at those things and those experiences, and how the Kundum Festival also helped to shape you, and you named your style Kundum High Life.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
And that is what the youth are missing. Ghana, we are known for Kundum High Life. They know Ghana, we play High Life. We have a lot of different styles. So I seriously prefer, I keep telling the youth, if you produce your music, you call it High Life. Whether it's reggae.
So that people can identify with it. And then you make your own style out of it.
We have the Ghana people, they play Malogo.
Yeah.
So if you're a Ghana and then you produce your music, call it Malogo High Life. If you're Asante, you produce High Life, call it Adwa High Life. If you are Igbe, you produce High Life. What I don't produce, you produce your music and call it Bobobo High Life.
Interesting. That's a very interesting concept. So that wherever you go, the Ghana connection is always there. And nobody can take that from us.
Play your dance hall, play whatever you want to play. Call it High Life. Name it, maybe it's called Bobo High Life. And when they ask you, you can explain.
Interesting.
I'm a Ghanaian and I'm a Ghan. Or I'm an Igbe. I come from Igbe. So I derive my rhythms from this Igbe Bobo. That's why I call it Bobo High Life. That's it.
Love it.
You understand? But I mean, they are running away from their own shadows. What else can you do? You've been talking.
You said we are running away from our own shadows.
Yeah. We don't want to be called Ghanaians. Look, recently when I was on tour, I was hosted by this Copenhagen radio and TV at the same time. And then they put across a question. They asked me, so what are the high life stars in Ghana? Before I could talk, they have researched and brought out high life stars from Ghana. The ones that they have been nominated as the best high life artists, the best high life, blah, 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 blah. And then one of the hosts, she's a lady, said, if these people are your high life artists in Ghana, then he brought out Konimo's album, he brought Ebotele's album, he brought Kakaku,
wow.
he brought Ampadu.
Wow.
He said, if these people are your high life, then what are these people?
Wow.
I couldn't answer.
Wow.
Because what they saw on the net is what they are talking about.
We are making our X2, which Daddy Akable is teaching us how to make, just as he learned how to make it from his grandmother, Doma. We'll be right back.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is? Oh, sure. Go straight. Turn left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watch cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
Play into one young one, Susanna. When the Black Stars stick to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
Why Fatika on to be dribble? The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you acted? Mami Gobe Nubi, the Cocono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lily rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lily rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. This is still What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko, and I've been cooking a very special meal, which is musical, which is food for the heart, as we learned in the beginning of the show. And of course, I'm being taught how to do this by Akable. Akable is a Ghanaian musician, extremely celebrated, but today, we've learned that he's more than that. He's a trained teacher. So many different things. And we're going to have some more conversations with him. But it's time to eat our fanti kinky, our fanti dokun with our egg stew, which we learned how to make from Grandma Doma. Yes, he learned how to make it from his grandma. Then, of course, we have our payanku, avocado that's going with it. And I want to thank our sponsors once again. Lily Rice is on board with us, and we're very thankful to you. And Tasty Tom, and they have a range of spices which we want you to pay attention to. There's a stew spice, jollof spice, ginger and garlic, shrimp. And what's great about these spices is that when you smell them, you can tell that they're natural. See, we use some for our stew. They've just been dehydrated, and it's also a way of preserving our own natural things, and these can easily be exported as well. So support them so that at least we can, fix our balance of payments, kakre, on the economy side. So, Uncle, time to eat.
Time to eat.
Is there a special way to
fetch the stew? When it's time to eat, you take off your glasses and see the food well.
I like it. So, let me serve you. Okay. Just like this.
Yeah.
This side or here?
Yes, I know.
Here. Okay. Please let me know when it's okay. Is that enough?
It's enough.
Okay. So, Uncle, we've spoken about so many things.
What's cooking?
Oh, my God.
Man. Tell what is cooking is what is cooking.
Yeah. Me Uncle Blay.
Brother.
Oban then.
I will tell
Nice one. Today, we'll take the ladies away.
To church.
You and who?
We are taking the ladies.
You
In fact,
and-
you
you
are the
and who?
first.
Let's take her to church.
Yes.
For the pastor to bless.
Sorry, no. Jericho. Hello.
Jericho Yenim.
Yes, Jericho Yenim.
Me, I didn't bring food for you.
Hey, really?
No.
Oh, but you can jam me.
Don't worry. I know what to do.
That's right.
Daddy,
This one,
please,
I
don't
see
encourage him.
Fanti Kenke and some Fanti for next
Yes.
to be them.
Yeah.
Them. Yeah, don't. You do the egg stew and then do the mashke later.
Yeah, the mashke.
Let me squeeze myself behind you.
Your stomach is suffering to pass.
Yes. It's important.
You have to taste it. Your stomach can pass behind the chair.
I shall pass.
Please serve yourself.
Thank you.
Since you've decided to crash the party.
Yes. This one, the stew and the this thing first.
But uncle, so I want to, we spoke a little bit about your father's 106 years old. You are 60, you are touring. Uncle Ebu Taylor is in his 90s, he's touring. Uncle Ambuli is also in his 80s, he's touring. And you mentioned that what you keep saying is what you eat. It's how you take care of yourself. It's what you eat, how you take care of yourself. Please share some of your secrets with us.
These are some of the secrets. Well prepared food, very organic. Well, I don't say don't drink beer, or don't drink this, or don't drink alcohol. But like I told you, my dad has been drinking apetashi for ages.
And he's still strong.
Very strong. And the apetashi, he makes it like bitters. He has 7 roots that he has to put in the apetashi. Then dig the ground, hide it there for about a month, and then takes it off. And then he will sieve it. And then he will tell his friends, oh, this one, I'm not going to Scotland bread.
Scottish bitters.
Yeah, Scottish bitters. One taste apetashi also.
Interesting.
Then I won't take one wood.
Achisa.
One thought. Within 10-15 minutes, we'll be sweating. Sweating. And yet, apetashi no.
Yeah, so it's not using that apetashi as just a drink recreationally. He's using it to do a chemical reaction.
It means he will not take it excessively.
No.
Exactly. Oh, I love that. That's interesting.
So, what you eat, you have to exercise the body and then free your mind.
Free your mind?
Free your mind.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Ghana, you say, you want to be a witchery. We'll take
the girls away.
You take the girls
quickly. So you have to learn how to not worry about things that you shouldn't worry about. Interesting.
At all. If you have cold, is it the pepper there? The ones? Is it
the one?
Like nail.
Yeah.
Those the cloves.
The cloves. Just chew 2. Very hot. It's very hot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can chew it.
It will cure in 10 minutes.
Wow.
Cold.
Wow. No, we're learning a lot.
No, those who come to you and say, do you have a painkiller?
I tell them, go for two pepper. That's 2. 2 cloves, and then we're good. Daddy, I want to find out, let's go back to the music. How many songs do you have?
I have about
because I know that not all your songs, some of your songs are, compositions. So you may not sing on the track, but
most of the songs,
strings are there.
In actual fact, in Ghana here, people know me of Takeaway. But I have 3 songs that people don't want to listen to because it's not the type of song they want to listen to.
They like to take the girls away. That one.
It is what it is.
So, actually, I have 72 songs.
72 songs. So how do you write your songs? What are the things or what kind of frame of mind are you in when you write? Or when you compose?
I get inspired by the environment.
Okay.
What I see, what I hear. Most of the times, if I'm not driving, just because I want to listen to stories, I want to listen to so many things, I just jump into the throttle And by the time I get down, we have a lot.
You have a whole album. A whole album.
Yeah. Or I go to the village and then I hang around with friends.
It's a full joint.
And you know my village, this is the sea, this is the town, and that's the river. So we are more of fishermen and farmers. So I just go and hang around the fishermen who are, there's something called Intui. In Zama, it's called Mori. I just go there, we hang around, we all put the net down, and they will be singing songs that I have never heard before. Then I pick something out.
It's like that Mashimo.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. So then what process do you go through to now compose the songs so that they get to studio level?
Yeah. You know, writing songs is like writing myself. You need to have the topic and then the intro, the body and whatever, so that it makes sense. And word selection too is very important. Sometimes I write my songs, and I have a friend called Kwame Sapon. He's not a musician, but an elderly man. So I go to him and say, Kwame, I'm sure the man do you. Replace this with this word.
So he's a language person.
That's right.
Language person.
Word selection, because when take away, Kwame Sapon, he actually made me make the song, You're Taking the Girls Away. Because the story my grandfather told me that Ohinibu and Abrofu Besrano. Now Abrofu Besrano, and also chef no Yedibane. Now Kobon, to Yedman or work at his own. Edmund said the table is set. Now, so ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to take the guests away to eat. I can guess that. Guess not for girls. So we play around with words just to make it fun. So writing songs, you have to be influenced, and also you don't have to feel shy to talk to people that, oh, this is my song.
You shouldn't think that you know everything.
No. We keep saying education has no end. It's the same thing like music. Monotonous.
Interesting.
To me, if I write my songs, I give it to my musicians, the instrumental, I give to the bass player, the drummer, the keyboard player. They also input. And then we all make it. Yeah.
It's a nice composition.
Yeah.
Daddy, let's go back to the food. Now you've cooked, look, the stew is amazing.
You see the way I'm quiet and
we didn't really put salt inside because I know you don't eat salt.
Too much.
No, it's very refreshing. It's a refreshing meal and filling as well. But what you were saying something to me earlier that you always tell your children, especially the boys, that they have to cook.
Very, very important. We remember when we made money here. When you did I was at Ako, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock on my. Now to watch him while we're by now, back of 20 years. Oh, I want to probably. You have to learn how to cook. Cooking is not specifically for women to be in the kitchen to cook all the time. No. Bema, if you know how to cook, you have to cook. Even you have to learn how to cook. I won't worry this way. I'm sorry to say, but maybe 2016.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, Nancy and maybe see about me. December, I'll go back. Uncle, Mr. Anopa, my medicine, maybe, Uncle Fam get a mamba. Maybe I said, maybe 2 days, 3 days, me, I ain't been my Uncanka Cracka, my Miss to the Ashaho. No go back, my baby to be ready.
That's all.
Straight up.
That's all.
Other than that, it's very rough.
So cooking is a life skill.
It's a life skill.
It's not
for women.
For women. Because not, you were saying, say, if you are married, even on a weekend, you should cook.
You should cook.
Not to support.
Not to support. No, it's not support. You don't cook to support your wife. You also have to cook so that your wife can do something else. Wife just say, "Oh, Mom, Hey, today I can bring chef. I'm going to the kitchen. My friend say, hey, I never did it. And yet the problem, so cooking is not for women. No. I want to be an kitchen or here. Fine, if she has the time, that's fine. But also one day we are. I want to make the effort. Say, don't say I book. Say be a rough cry. Obey an Eddie.
Obiara is good.
That's it. It is good.
It's good. It's good. Daddy, it's been such an honor to have you today.
Thank
so
you.
now, Taster General.
Oh yes. You see,
Onu there when he comes. He didn't come and cook with us, so, but he wants to give us marks.
It's just the way I love it. I'm telling you.
How do you love it?
You know it's my skill.
How do you love it?
Spicy. Like you said, there's no salt in it, but you can feel, wow. Thank you, Akable. Let's take the egg stew away.
Daddy, thank you so much for coming today. It's been a blessing and an honor to have to eat at the hands of the legend.
Sure.
You know, it's very important that we also celebrate, you know, people like you when you're alive, learn from you, communicate with you. I know I've been a prodigal daughter, but
don't worry.
I'll come. You know, I'm also busy, Daddy. You know, it's not because I've dogged you, but I'll come. But thank you for making the time to come today, and for teaching us this, and also teaching us many life lessons. We really appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the extra away.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us today. This has been What's Cooking. Once again, the show is sponsored by Tasty Tom. And we also have Lily Rice in our pockets because, I mean, really, they make the show possible. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again. My name is Apioko.
Who is a millennial?
Millennial is like minimum is something small. Smaller child or something like that.
Spell millennial.
Millennial.
Yeah.
M-I-L-L-I.
Millennial.
Millennial. O M-I-L-L-I-N-I-A-L.
Country sheep. Who is a millennial?
I don't know. Maybe my mom and the rest.
Who is a millennial?
It's an age group from between 2000 and 12.
Spell millennial.
M-I-L-L-E-N-A-A-L.
You say?
N-I-A-L.
Yo!
Yeah.
You're welcome back to another episode of the Friends and Family Show coming to you live on Channel One TV. Always from our studios here at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. It's been a while, but here's what, I'm back. And today we're shining more light on the experiences women face in sports. So tonight I have 3 lovely women who are going to tell us all about it, the highs, the lows and everything. But these women are actually shattering glasses in tennis, football and actually being an agent. So now here's what. what? I'd want for you to be a part of the conversation. Send me a message via WhatsApp on the number 020-444-7033. That is 020-444-7033. Don't forget to add your name and location. My name is Noyo Kwote, and I'm your host today. We're going to have a lovely conversation like always, because you know on the Friends and Family Show, we bring you all the real things that's happening around the world. And of course, you have to be part of it because we're bringing out all the emotions. On days that we have to be happy, we're super happy. On days that our spirits are going to go down, we sure will go down. But that's because we bring you all real life stories. You can find me on Instagram at na_oyo_Kwote. When you find me, don't forget to hit the like and the follow button. And when you do send me a message, don't forget to add the hashtag Friends and Family Show. I'll take a breather, and when I'm back, we'll get into the conversation. We're talking about all the experience women face in sports.
In Ghana, West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. Another day. It's always smiles knowing we are together. Ooh, what a feeling. Work is always effective with NASCO home appliances. If it not be you, then who go there? Classic home appliance for the fisher folks. And Nijepa, I want NASCO fie. NASCO, bring home happiness.
Check this passport number for me. Let me do something for somebody right now. Check J1 1955. Give me a pen and a paper. Right? CSS. You know this?
Christopher.
He was supposed to marry you. He's a Nigerian, but he went to Nigeria and he had accident and he.
Hello, precious one. My name is Prophet Emmanuel J. In the book of 2 Kings, chapter 6, a group of prophets asked permission from the man of God, saying, "Where we live is too small. Give us permission to expand our coast." In the process of expanding their territory, they lost the only axe that was borrowed. They didn't know what to do. It took the man of God to let them regain what they have lost. Precious one, many are going through a lot of things without solution. They have prayed, they are in churches, they have fasted, they have given their offerings, and they are asking themselves, why am I still going through what I'm going through? BTP is here once again. And this time around, I am focusing on those who are going through situations, but they don't know what to do. I will diagnose the situation, get into the spiritual realm, and give you exactly what you must do from the 10th to the 17th of August, every 5 p.m. at the Prayer Palace of the Sprinters Road. If you need free transportation, call the numbers right on the screen. As I see you, I will diagnose the problem and give you a solution by the grace of God. God bless you. Let me see you there.
Born to prophesy, born to roll, a voice of faith, never his own. He whispers storms, he hums the sky.
All right, welcome back to the Friends and Family Show, like always, on Channel One TV. My name is Noyo Kwote, and today we're talking about all the experiences that women have in sports, okay? You know, there's always, women's sports. One thing I don't understand, lately, it was an argument with somebody how women are being paid lesser than the men. I don't know if that's true. It's true. Yeah, if you know, you send me a message, yes. Yeah. I don't know why women are paid less, when we're all playing football, chasing the same ball. We're all doing jagbaleshi and everything, and then I am not paying. But then I got some few, reasons or explanations. I don't know if it's valid, but I still don't care. I mean, so as we are playing the ball together, you have to pay me the same way. I will position this one.
As far as it's the same 90 minutes.
Wonderful. So you heard that, but I'm going to introduce my 3 lovely women who are actually in sports, doing really good. And today we have Nashika Edu, who is the founder of Africa Tennis Connect Foundation. Hello, Na.
Hi.
Nice.
Thank you for having me here.
Nice to have you as well. And then I have Evelyn Nsia who is the CEO of Azakes Ladies Football Club.
Yes,
hello, Mommy.
Yes, ma'am.
And to know that she actually turned 51, you know, she looks really nice for 51. Yeah, I think the whole athletic thing, you know, by time it's part of, it's part of.
You see, on the facial thing, you might think that, oh, 51, no, but within
inside
me,
the body,
I know that it's 51.
Yeah. It's the bones.
Yes.
Inside the bones.
Yes.
All right. Yes. And again, I have Pamela Ansah as someone who's accredited FIFA agent. How's that coming along?
Well, good.
It's good.
Yes.
Nice to have you ladies in the studio today. So we are talking about all the experiences of women in sports. Okay, the highs, the lows, the things that they have to go through. Because, you know, women, we've got special things going on in our bodies. All of that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, we've got all the special things happening in our bodies, but we still have to do what we got to do. So we'll talk about it. If we're being favored or we're not being favored and all the things that we go through. All right? So before we do this, I just want you to walk me through one day in your life.
Okay.
I'll start with you.
Okay.
One day in your life, just one day in your life. So what do you do from morning, afternoon, evening, and then so 24 hours. Let's go.
24 hours.
You can add the sleep part.
I am going to add the sleep part because it's a big part of my life because I'm literally, so there was a time I used to have sleep problems, so I don't wake up early. Everybody knows that my day starts after 9, sometimes even 11. So that's literally when my day starts, but I have my Pilates in the morning. Like, I love to work out. I'm a workout freak. And I do tennis, I do boxing, I do hiking, running, walking. Anything that makes me move, I'm there. So I always have to start my day with some form of workout. So it could be Pilates or skipping. And sometimes I combine the two. And then I have my reading for about 30 minutes. And then basically my day will start with lots of like checking emails and, you know, Zoom meetings and stuff.
So that's when the foundation comes in.
Yes.
So walk us through what you do with the foundation.
So in terms of the foundation, I have a tennis academy which have been in existence for 8 years. And so there is that is on one side. And then there's the grassroots developments, which we have Street Tennis Academy. And then we also have her Power Through Sports, which is a PL-led initiative, basically getting more youth in leadership positions. So they basically spearhead the Street Tennis program, which is also, in a way, I'm trying to make sure that tennis becomes more accessible because it's an elite sport. But the idea that so I play professional tennis, and I can say that 99% of people who play professional sports in Ghana or in parts of Africa do not come from privileged homes, whether the sport is privileged or not. So for me, I wanted to find ways where I can integrate the sports into the marginalized community so that more people would have access to it, because at the end of the day, it still provides some form of opportunities if you play the sport. So that's what Street Tennis is about. And then you have the storytelling part, which is a new angle that the foundation is going through, mainly because just like what you guys were talking about, we want to change the stories and the narrations or the narratives around sports and how we even project sports on screen and also make it look more attractive, because I think there's so many attractive parts about what we do, and there's a lot of information that needs to be out there, especially for parents, for athletes, especially aspiring athletes, and that is one of the things that we're moving forward with.
Nice. I like it. I like the sound of that. What about you?
My day starts from 4 a.m. I was brought up by my stepmother, so you can understand where I'm coming from. You're not going to be on the bed till 6, no. By 4 a.m. I'm up. And then 4 a.m. I have to put 1 or 2 things together because I'm a family woman. I have 3 kids. So you have to do whatever you do so that they can go to school and other things. I'm married, so maybe food in the morning. But I'm a teacher. Alongside what I'm doing right now, my main profession is teaching. I'm a lecturer at Sunyani Technical University. So 4 a.m. you are preparing your notes to go and teach. And then I lecture from morning, from 7 o'clock. My first lesson starts from 7. And then it ends at 1 p.m. And within that time, you might receive some calls. Especially when we have, this month, we are going to register our players, so they will be calling you. This player, do you need this player? Are you transferring this player? You'll be speaking to the people that you work with. In as much as I'm a CEO of Hazakes Ladies, I also have my own team, VFR Kobi. It's a Division 1 team based in Ashanti region. So you are working around Hazakes, and then at the same time, you're also working around the VFR Kobi. So I don't sleep. I don't sleep. And I also have a bad habit of sleeping, honestly. Sometimes I sleep around 12 midnight. And then 4 o'clock, you are up again. So basically 4 to 5 hours every day. I think it's not a good thing for me because I'm growing. I need to have enough time for myself, but I'm not able to do that. And then when you start from 4 a.m., going to teach from 7 a.m., you're also looking at the food that the players will eat because you have gone to some villages to bring some girls. And then sometimes the family members will tell you that whilst my child is with me, I'll give the child some food. But once you are taking the child out, you should be able to provide for that girl. So I have about 30 to 40 girls staying with me that you need to feed them morning, afternoon, evening.
Wow.
So you're also thinking about that. You are thinking about footballs. You are thinking about where they will train. You are thinking about something that has spoiled within the area that they are staying, and you have to fix it. So the whole day, making calls, listening to what has been happening because I am not there with them always. You have people there who are working with them. So you need to call them to see what they need that you can provide. My sister said, we want to change the narrative. Yes, we want to change the narrative. At first, if you're a woman and you involve yourself in any sport and discipline, on quotes, they see you somehow. I mean, sometimes the way they describe you, it becomes something like, why am I in this industry? But we want to change the narrative. We don't have a job for a man and a job for a woman. Just as the supply chain people are changing, it is true that the industry that we are in is a male-dominated industry. But let me tell you, the women are doing it better than the men.
Gosh.
Recently, you watched, I don't know whether you watched the Alcon. Look at how the ladies were playing. Now there is Chan, nobody is even watching it because it is not interesting. So the women, we are changing the narrative. And then I used to tell people that when you give us money, our husband, not that the money is so much that we are able to cook. Women are good managers. So the little that are given to us, we are able to manage it very well. You said something that, why is it that the male footballers are taking much money than, I don't understand either, because it's the same 90 minutes. It's the same injury. I mean, it's the same football. So I feel it is time for us to give the opportunities to the women. I'm very happy because tomorrow we are going to affirm something at Congress that at least from the 2 years' time, a woman will become a vice president of GFA. And that is the first time. Just as Fatima Samora became the first female non-European Secretary General of FIFA, we will get there. So I think it is time. Now is the time. We don't have, when you go to the parliament, they have passed this affirmative bill, whatever. But I don't think even in parliament they are using it because you can count the number of women who are MPs over there. So if they are saying that they have given us the opportunity, then they have to use it. It shouldn't be just talking about it. We should be intentional about promoting women. We should be intentional about anything that we want to do women, so that at least we'll have something to say. We shouldn't be saying it, but we do either way around. Because now I'm happy. And then as I sit on your show, I want to give a thumbs up to our president. For the first time, he has given us a female vice president. And as I sit here, I am the first vice president of SWAG, Sports Writers Association of Ghana. And this is what we want to be seeing. I mean, we should give the women opportunities. We are not saying that we are equals. But in fact, when you look at, or when you read the Bible, we are equals. We are there to help the men. Is that not what the Bible said? So why is it that if a woman is doing something, they have a way of calling you? I became Kotoko board member some time ago, and then when you see the narration and how people will talk about you, you wouldn't even have the interest to work. But I tell you, we are coming. We need to change the narrative.
Oh, did you hear that? We're on our way.
It should be now. We should be intentional.
We'll be there soon. We're marching forward.
I mean, we should be intentional about developing ourselves. We shouldn't. We are not saying that go and insult your husband. We are saying that come up with respect. Show us what you can do. Gender diversity. Let us see men and women working together and the thing is developing, flowing, progressing. You see, the one that I fear most is my husband. Anytime I'm doing something and the man says, hey, Jack, this is not good for you, then I stop. So I always tell people that have somebody that we can look up to. So the women, let us get up. Let us be together. We can do it. We are even doing it.
I can and I will. Yeah. How about you?
We definitely can.
Yes.
Okay, my day is not far from hers because currently I'm more into football. I'm looking to get into athletics. So I've started something. In fact, I combined with some old athletes to start scouting young athletes around the area. And the one who was actually coaching them passed away, so I don't know where we've hanged it, but it's a bit financial intense because people are not delving into the athletics. So I'm currently concentrating on the football because that's why I was accredited. But my normal day, in fact, I don't sleep at all. Because for mine,
it's difficult.
Yes. It's easier because she owns a team or probably is the CEO for a team. But me, I'm an agent, and I changed my whole setup. Instead of the normal FIFA agent who scouts a player, find a foreign agent and give the player out, I thought about the ones who are underprivileged outside Accra. So if you come to my camp, I have about 26 boys. Currently, I have 13 who live, I've got an apartment.
Hello there, good evening, and thank you so much for joining us. This is Channel 1 Television, coming to you live from our studios here at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano here in Accra. We apologize for any inconveniences caused as we break normal programming to take you to the Christ the King parish here in Accra, where a vigil mass is being held in honor of the memory of the late Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane Buama and squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala, who both lost their lives together with 6 others in that unfortunate tragic incident that occurred on August 6, 2025 in Adanse Ekrofom in the Ashanti region. Quite an unfortunate incident. Tomorrow, state funeral rites will be held for all 8 of them, although 2 have already been buried. So let's take you to the Christ the King parish in Accra, where currently tributes are being read for both men, that is Dr. Edward Omane Buama and squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala. They were all on board that Z9 helicopter belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces that took off at some 9:09:12 hours in the early morning of August 6, 2025 from Accra, but after some minutes went off radar. Unfortunately, what we had hoped would not have happened indeed was confirmed by the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, in the afternoon of the same day when he addressed the nation at a rather short press briefing from the Jubilee House, announcing the unfortunate crash that led to the sudden tragic demise of these 8 gallant men. So amongst these 8 gallant men, let's remind you where the Minister for the Environment, Alhaji Dr. Murtala Ibrahim Mohammed. Then you had Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. You had Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress, contesting the Obuasi East seat in the 2024 general elections, and until recently appointed a deputy NADMO coordinator. You had Alhaji Limuna Muniru Mohammed, a acting deputy national security coordinator in there. Squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala. You had Manine, Flying Officer Manine Chum Ampedu, and then Sergeant Ado Mensah, all losing their lives on that fateful day of August 6, 2025. A number of things have happened subsequently following their demise. The president announcing the state burial or the state funeral for 08. There was a remembrance and memorial service held in their honor. A flower and candlelight or candlelighting ceremony has also been held in their honor. As for the flower and wreath laying ceremony, it's been ongoing even up until this evening, where Ghanaians, sympathizers, and of course friends are able to go lay flowers in their honor at the ceremonial gardens of the Jubilee House. So it's time now to take you to the Christ the King parish here in Accra for that Vigil Mass in honor of Dr. Edward Omanebuama and squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala, who until their demise were members of the Christ the King family.
Hail, Holy Joseph, husband of
Thank you, Catholic Men Association. May the Lord bless you. We call on Pope John's Secondary and Minor Seminary, who today are being supported very ably by St. Rose's Old Girls Association, as well as the Old Toms, the old students of St. Thomas Aquinas Secondary School. After Pope John's, we will have the National Catholic Secretariat give us a tribute, and then the children of Dr. Omanebuama.
So we have a tribute from Pope John Old Boys Association to the late Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah. For we know that if the earthly tent we live in is destroyed, we have a building from God, an eternal house in heaven, not built by human hands. 2 Corinthians 5, verse 1. The Pope John Old Boys Association, Pojoba, respectfully mourn the loss of one of our most distinguished old boys, the late Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, from the 1994-96 cohort. It was a calm day in October 1989 when his classmates gathered in front of the administration block at Pope John Secondary and Minor Seminary as Form 1 students, smiling proudly after passing the common entrance. Edward Omane-Boamah is my name, he said in his characteristic stammering voice. From that moment, he was affectionately known as Edward Oman Boam by many of his classmates on campus. With remarkable determination and self-discipline, he eventually turned his stammering, which many saw as a limitation, into a strength, overcoming it completely and becoming a confident, eloquent, and inspiring communicator. Honorable Dr. Omane-Boamah started his academic journey at Pojos in Form 1B and was a proud member of Imposo House. He finished his GCE ordinary level in 1994 and A-level in 1996. Knowing the career he wanted to follow, he chose science in Form 4. He was meticulous, diligent, hardworking, the type who could mine a secret code in Pojos for study from prep time into the early hours of the next day in his quest for academic excellence. In his own words, Meda Mary, mean if I sleep, I'll be last or I'll fail. His determination paid off as he became the Air Service Secretary of Pojos and later the President of the National Union of Ghana Students after earlier losing the school prefectship in Pope John to Professor Michael Pesa White. Omane-Boamah had a deep-seated passion for serving humanity and giving back to society. He wore his Pojos identity with pride, translating into significant, tangible contributions. As a Deputy Minister and later Minister of Communications from 2009 to 2013, he was very instrumental in constructing a new dormitory block for the school, which later became known as Bowers House, as well as providing a new bus and a Ford double pickup. The ongoing construction of the modern assembly hall, now 80% complete, and the retooling of the science laboratory are part of his legacy at Pope John Senior High and Minor Seminary. Through his influence, the entire road network in Pojos and its surroundings received a major facelift before the recent 67th anniversary speech day on the 14th of June 2025, where he was a special guest of honor. His generosity extended to neighboring properties and institutions, including St. Joseph Hospital and the regional offices of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, which benefited from his kindness and advocacy. Most recently, on the 27th of June 2025, during a meeting with the headmaster of Pojos, Father Hene, and the leadership of Pojoba in his office, he passionately discussed the urgent need to expand and equip the school's science laboratory. He expressed regret that WASI science practicals had to be conducted in 3 shifts at Pojos and envisioned a modern facility to serve the growing population. He pledged to mobilize members of his year group who will be celebrating their 30th anniversary after completing 6th form in 2026, the GET Fund, Pojoba, and the government to realize the vision of building a modern, larger science laboratory for the school. Sadly, death has ended this mission prematurely. In memory of the late Honorable Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, we call on friends of Omane-Boamah, all Pojoba, all Koga, all Rosa, all old Toms, corporate Ghana, Get Fund, and the government to take up this challenge and deliver this project for Pojos in his honor. Beyond his benevolent contributions to education and development, Dr. Manibom was a passionate politician who was truly loved across all political divides. He addressed issues with clarity, depth, and integrity, and never resorting to insults or personal attacks. This rare quality reflected the values and discipline instilled in him at Pojos and as a devout Catholic. He believed that politics was a platform for service and not division, and he lived that conviction to the very end. He served his nation in various capacities, standing proudly alongside other distinguished Pojoba alumni in government, public service, and corporate world. His love for Pojos and Pojoba and many members of his year group remains steadfast. His demise, therefore, leaves a void that will be very difficult to fill. Many the wife, Mrs. Rita Maniboma, and the children, as well as the entire family he left behind. It is our prayer that the good Lord strengthen them in this difficult time. Fare thee well, the true son of Pope John Senior High and Minor Seminary. Pojoba Omaneboama, extend our greetings to our departed friends. Dasebre Omaneboama, you will forever be remembered as an illustrious son of Pojoba. Until we meet again, may the good Lord receive you into his bosom. Veladamus, Amani, continue to set sail wherever you are. Amen. So now call on Pojoba to rise and join me here as we sing. Amani, continue to set sail wherever you are. Amen. So now call on Pojoba to rise and join me here as we sing a school anthem.
O great Pojoma, arise and shine, for you are the future leaders of Ghana. Almighty Pojos, arise and shine, for you are a bright light in our world. O great Pojoma, arise and shine, for you are the future leaders of Ghana. Almighty Pojos, arise and shine, for you are a bright light in our world. We put our trust unto the Lord, most sacred heart, we trust in you. Veladamus, we set sail, we'll work for God's kingdom on earth. May God bless Pope John Secondary School. Pojos shine forevermore. We put our trust unto the Lord. Most Sacred Heart, we trust in you. Veladamus, we set sail. We will work for God's kingdom on earth. May God bless Pope John Secondary School. Pojos shine forevermore. Say, Heart of Jesus, thy kingdom come. Sacred Heart of Jesus, we put our trust in you. Sacred Heart of Jesus, thy kingdom come. Sacred Heart of Jesus, we put our trust in you. Most Sacred Heart,
Have mercy on us.
Saint John the Evangelist,
Pray for us.
Most Sacred Heart,
Have mercy on us.
Saint John the Evangelist, pray for us. We must rely on the Sacred Heart of Jesus for everlasting salvation. We must rely on the Sacred Heart of Jesus for everlasting salvation. Most Sacred Heart,
Have mercy on us.
Saint John the Evangelist,
Pray for us.
Most Sacred Heart,
Have mercy on us.
Saint John the Evangelist, pray for us.
We are grateful to you, Pojoba, Pope John's old students, ably supported by the Old Toms and Rosa. We will now invite the National Catholic Secretariat to give us a tribute. This tribute will be followed by a tribute by the children of Dr. Omane Boama, then the family of Squadron Leader Peter Anala, the mother of Dr. Omane Boama, the wife of Dr. Omane Boama, the wife of Squadron Leader Peter Anala, and then we'll take the two biographies before Mass begins.
Your Excellencies, my dear brothers and sisters in Christ, we gather in solemn assembly, clothed in the sober vesture of grief, yet girded by the radiant hope of the resurrection. Our hearts are heavy with tragic news that scarcely days ago, 8 gallant sons of Ghana perished in a military helicopter crash near Esikaman, even as our nation still mourns the 16 vibrant young lives lost in a devastating road accident. The Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference mourns with the bereaved families of all these compatriots. Yet, in this liturgy, the Catholic community feels a particular and intimate wound, the passing of 2 of our own, Dr. Edward Omane Buama and squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala, both faithful sons of the church, whose lives bore the luminous witness to the harmony of professional excellence and Christian discipleship. Dr. Omane Buama was known to many as a physician, statesman, and public servant of distinguished record, whose devotion to the healing of bodies was marked by his commitment to the healing of our common life as a nation. Barely 6 weeks ago, on the invitation of the bishops, Dr. Omane met the Catholic bishops and a cross-section of Ghanaians to discuss youth employment and national security. Incidentally, the meeting took place here at the Christ the King Parish Hall. A proud Pojoba of Pope St. John's Secondary Seminary, Honorable Omane Buama's public career was not merely an exercise in political engagement. It was at its deepest a vocation to serve the common good, informed by his Catholic faith's call to justice, compassion, and truth. He was a man whose intelligence was sharpened by study, whose hands were trained in the art of healing, and whose heart remained anchored in the life of the church. Squadron leader Bafemi Anala, for his part, embodied the discipline, courage, and quiet fidelity of one who had given himself wholly to the service of peace and security. We formed Squadron Leader Anala in our seminary, St. James Minor Seminary in Sunyani. Recently, we are informed as he flew over his alma mater, he made a most moving video of his school and shared the video with his classmates and friends. In the video, one could see the tips of the rotors from his cockpit, where he had apparently made the video. In his role as a military pilot, he lived daily with the hazards inherent in defending the skies of Ghana. Yet, he carried that burden with a calm dignity rooted in prayer and in the conviction that one's duty is ultimately rendered before God. His life was a seamless fabric woven of patriotism, professionalism, and an unassuming piety that never sought public notice. Today, as the church commends these two Catholic faithful to the boundless mercy of God, we do so in the company of a grieving nation. We remember also the other 6 who perished in the crash and the 16 young souls lost on our roads. For grief knows no boundaries of creed or profession. Yet, for us as Catholic family, this farewell bears the intimacy of kinship in the body of Christ. We commend them with both the tears of those who loved them and the hope of those who believe in the promises of our Lord Jesus Christ. Let us then entrust Dr. Edward Omane Buama and squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala to the embrace of Christ, the Good Shepherd, who laid down his life for his flock. Many made their labors in service to God and Ghana, and their fidelity in the threshold of faith now find fulfillment in the eternal kingdom, where every tear is wiped away and death shall be no more. And may the Blessed Virgin Mary, comforter of the afflicted, intercede for them, for their families, and for our nation in this hour of shared sorrow. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen.
Quitolis peccata mundi, dona eis requiem, dona eis requiem. Agnus Dei, Agnus Dei, Agnus Dei, Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, dona eis requiem, dona eis requiem, sempiternam,
Signed, Most Reverend Matthew Kwesi Jemfi, Bishop of Sunyani Diocese and President of Ghana Catholic Bishops Conference. Thank you.
We appreciate our Reverend Fathers giving us a tribute on behalf of the National Catholic Secretariat. We now invite the children of Dr. Edward Omane Boama to give us a tribute, and this will be followed by that of the family of Squadron Leader Peter Anala.
Above all, our example of what it meant to live with integrity. Above all, our example of what it meant to live with integrity, humility, and courage. You taught us humility and courage. You taught us that success was not just about what we achieve, but about the lives we touch. You lived those words every single day, whether you were serving patients in the hospital, fighting for justice in the corridors of power, or laying on our beds after a long day at work for a quick talk, which almost always ended up with you asleep. Your love was steady, your guidance was gentle, and your laughter was the warmth that filled our home. Daddy, Even with the weight of national duties on your shoulders, you always made time for us. You called us every day when you traveled. You never missed our important moments. And when you couldn't be there in person, you made us feel you were right beside us. You reminded us that family is not part of life. It is life. You taught us to dream big, but stay grounded. You showed us that compassion is a strength, that speaking the truth is an obligation, and that service to others is the greatest clarion call. We will miss writing with you, laughing with you, sitting with you whenever you had a lull in your schedule. We will miss talking about our future, hearing your advice, you driving us to school all the time, especially when you had exams. Daddy, why did you have to leave us so soon? Never in a million years could we have imagined you'd leave us. You live your life like a race, always trying to do more, love more, and share more. We really thought you'd live forever because your light was so bright it could never go out. Omane, why have you done this to us? We absolutely cannot believe we will never see you again. Never hold your hand, never sit with you at night and talk, never laugh with you, never see the many stickers you always send us. Who will we call in the middle of the night when no one else is awake and we have questions? Who will have all the answers to our problem? Who will conduct experiments at home just because you knew we would study it that year? Who else would fill the bathtub with our toys and objects just to teach us Archimedes' principle? We have lost greatly. You are irreplaceable, Eduardo. We are pained, but even in our pain, we choose to hold on to your legacy and take consolation in the fact that you are resting in the bosom of our Almighty God. We will carry forward your values, live with your compassion, and let your light shine through us. Though you are gone from sight, you remain forever in our heart, our father, our friend, our hero. Rest well, Eduardo. Your race is done, but your impact will never end.
The Lord remains our strength as we go through this. May I invite the family of Squadron Leader Peter Anala to give us their tribute. After that, we'll have a tribute by the mother of Dr. Omane Boama and his wife, then the wife of Squadron Leader Peter Anala, before we continue. At that point, we will invite the Ghana Armed Forces to give us a tribute before we take the biographies. The family of Squadron Leader.
Tribute to Peter Bafemi Anala. We, the Analas, the Ajingbaro families, and the whole of Bulsaland, we can hear Peter say, "Don't cry for me now, for I have died, for I am still here. I am by your side. My body is gone, but my soul is here. Please don't shed a tear. I am still here. I am all around. Only my body lies in the ground." Peter's tragic death came at a time that the family was dealing with a recent loss of our big sister Grace Anala on the 31st of March in Virginia in the USC. The passing of her brother, Reverend Father Anthony Anala in New Orleans on the 30th of June. Peter came to Mississippi and to support our elder sister for the burial of Tony. Then Peter left and came home. They say time heals. God is in control. It is well. But none of these measures up to how we feel at this moment. Peter loved his family and was loved by all who came to him. He was generous to a fault. Peter was affable and had a lovable and likable disposition. He respects authority and will, however, have a way of letting you know his point of view is worth considering. Peter, our last baby, a gentle giant. His strides were always measured and purposeful. He is calm and collected, gentle in his word, an achiever, a go-getter. Peter will always get it done, no matter what. This has really dealt with us. When comes another Peter? But for me, not now. You are just getting started. Like it is said, God wants you at your best, and he will not allow you to be tainted. You are hurt and grieving. Your wife is heartbroken. Your daughter, Wenli, will miss your love. Your nieces and nephews are missing you. We love you. You will forever be in our heart. Till we meet again. Rest well, Peter, last baby. Thank you.
We appreciate the family of Squadron Leader Peter Anala. We now call on the mother of Dr. Omane Buama to give her tribute, to be followed by that of the wife.
Tribute from Mother, Madam Letitia Asante, Sister Abner. My handsome king, from the moment I first held you in my arms on December 26, 1975, at Nkoko Holy Family Hospital, I knew my life had changed forever. You were not just my child, you were my miracle, my answered prayer, my only son, and my treasure in whom I am pleased. I watched you grow from a curious little boy to integrity. Every step you took, I was there quietly cheering, praying, and believing in the greatness God placed in you. Kofi, you have always been my pride and joy. I have seen you face challenges with courage, hold fast to your values, even when it was not easy, and rise to serve others with humility. You never forgot the lessons I whispered into your heart, to walk with God, to speak the truth, and to stand for what is right. Your deep love for God's work was admirable, always eager to be in the parish and faithfully devoted to the Catholic faith. Though you could not become a Roman father, you still fulfilled your childhood dream of serving God and mankind faithfully. This was evident in your leadership roles from childhood until your very last breath. As a mother, I gave you all my prayers, my strength, my sleepless nights, yet you gave me far more in return. You gave me honor, you gave me comfort, you gave me the assurance that my life's work in raising you was not in vain. The world may call you Dr. Omane Boama, but to me, you were still that little boy who will run into my arms and call me Sister Abner with so much love. My heart overflows with gratitude to God for the privilege of being your mother. Dada Fee, tell God how grateful, lucky, and privileged I feel that he chose me to be your mom, and I hope I made him proud. I would perform this task all over again without hesitation. Sleep well, my son, until we meet again in the presence of our Lord. You will remain forever in my heart. I hold you with my whole entire heart, my Kofi.
And I humbly invite the wife of Dr. Omane Boama to be followed by the wife of Squadron Leader Peter Anala.
When peace like a river attended my way, when sorrow like sea billows roll, whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. Kebi, as I affectionately called you, we were destined to be together. Though I was not a medical student, fate brought us together on that fateful day when I boarded the medical school bus. Our friendship started and was nothing short of love and adventure. Our night walks from my home to buy kenkey and fish, and vice versa. I always looked forward to visiting you in school so we could embark on our love walk to buy kenkey and fish. Thus, our buying and eating kenkey became our hallmark. In fact, I saw a father in you because you were the exact replica of my dad. You also confirmed to me when you first met my dad, you knew you had found a partner for life. I had no doubt you would be a loving and perfect father to our children. You were truly God's thing. Your commitment and love were such that you proposed, we got married on my birthday, and we have always had a double celebration on my birthdays, which I was looking forward to this year also. When we started having kids, you were nothing short of a wonderful father. You were a great source of hope to me and the children. Despite your busy schedule as a medical doctor and later in your political roles, you either bathed the children every morning or dressed them up whilst I bathed them. You were their favorite teacher. Because you knew all their syllables back to back. You always had a strict timetable for their private studies, yet you made room for their play and adventure. You were truly a family man, a definition of a genuine person with a pure heart of gold. In our years of marriage, you always asked, Abnarita, what will you do when I am not around? I never answered you until today. I don't have an answer. I will, with God's help, take care of mommy and the 3 kids. Knowing who you are, I believe you will be looking down on us to guide us through the heavens. Kovi B, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving the children. Thank you for loving my family and all who came to know you. God be with you till we meet again. Rest in power, my love. Love always from your one and only Abna Rita.
May the Lord of all consolation be with us all. Amen. I invite the wife of Squadron Leader Peter Anala to give us a tribute. This will be followed by a tribute by the Ghana Armed Forces before the biographies are read.
A tribute to my beloved husband, Peter, that there is a time for everything under the sun. A time for planting, a time for harvest, a time to be born, and a time to die. But Peter, this is not the time the Bible spoke about. But for me, as I affectionately called you, was my answered prayer. From the moment I met him, my life has never been the same. My husband was a hard-working man. I have never seen a person more dedicated to his work and hustle. Peter told me that he will never allow me lift a finger because he will lift both hands, both of us. And true to his word, I have not had to struggle for anything. Peter took care of his family, just as he took care of his friends. He did every single thing to make sure my life was comfortable. My husband was a go-to person for everyone who knew him, sacrificing and laying down his life to come through for anyone in need. Anyone who knows Peter knows that he would go hungry for the sake of his loved ones. A few months ago, when you held my hand in the delivery room through the birth of our beautiful baby, Wenle Westwamu Anala, we had a new hope for our future and expectations for our family and the life we want to have. After I expected you to stay with me for at least a month to help us settle in our new reality. But for the love you had for this country, you had only just 1 week to spend with us. Before you left, Quinley, our daughter, held you back for an extra week because she wasn't feeling well. Now, I know why she was holding you back from ever going back. But for your dedication to your work, you had to make the most difficult sacrifice to go serve your country, leaving behind a sick new baby and a new mother who was still healing. Peter, 2 weeks only. Oh, what 2 weeks those were. 2 weeks of endless kisses on Winless face. I have never seen a brother smile than the little time he spent with her. I didn't want you to leave, but you promised to come, rain or shine. You will return in October for Winless christening. God, what am I going to tell her in a few years when you start asking for her father? How do I explain that hardship that she has to face her fatherless? Was not the life we planned for her when we brought her into this world? How do I ever keep her from learning about the traumatic last moments? How do I keep her the life we planned for her all alone? Every morning you would record a video of yourself telling me how your day would be and how exciting and things, the places you would go. My love, I'll call you back when we are back in Accra. Love you. Those cannot be the last words you ever said to me. I'm missing a few morning videos. Kindly send me all the videos you have to send since the 7th of August. Bafemi, you have left me broken. Peter, this was not the plan. This was not it. Bafemi, please come back. Please. And hold me and tell me all this was a terrible nightmare. And that it is over now. I am supposed to be consoled with the fact that you died knowing God and that there is rest. And that there is rest for you until we meet again. But I cannot come into terms with this. I'll forever cherish the moments I got to spend with you, and I cannot wait for the glorious reunion. After me, my love, journey well, day, Nayini, and you, Nayirani. I love you.
We are grateful to the wife of Squadron Leader for those beautiful words. We call on the Ghana Armed Forces to give us a tribute, after which we will read the biography of Dr. Omane Boama and that of Squadron Leader.
Tribute by the Ghana Armed Forces, the late Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. A great soul serves everyone at all the time. A great soul never dies. It brings us together again and again. Today, the Ghana Armed Forces gathers with heavy hearts to honor a fine officer, a dedicated aviator, and a God-fearing man, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. His sudden departure on the 6th of August 2025 has left a void in our ranks, in the hearts of all who knew him. From the moment he joined our fold, Squadron Leader Anala carried himself with quiet confidence, humility, and an unwavering sense of duty. His journey as a pilot took him to many places and many missions. But what set him apart was not only his skill in the cockpit, it was the spirit with which he served, calm under pressure, meticulous in preparation, and always putting the safety and well-being of others first. In every role he undertook, whether flying critical missions, assisting senior leadership, or mentoring younger officers, he left behind an imprint of professionalism and kindness. His belief in doing things right, not for recognition, but because it was the right thing to do, was amazing. Those who served alongside him will remember his generosity of spirit, the way his door was always open, his willingness to listen, and his habit of encouraging others to give of their best. To many young officers, he was more than a superior. He was a brother, a teacher, and a friend. Away from his uniform, Squadron Leader Anala was a man of deep faith. His mornings often began with a run to church for Mass and back again, a discipline that reflected both in his physical drive and his spiritual grounding. His faith was not just personal. It was something he lived out daily in the way he treated people, with respect, compassion, and integrity. He was a man of ideas, a mentor in business, and a source of practical guidance for those who sought his counsel. Whatever the challenge, he approached it with patience, a clear mind, and an open heart. Today, we pay our respects. We do not only recall the missions he flew or the uniforms he wore. We remember the warmth of his smile, the strength of his convictions, and the peace he carried in his heart. We celebrate a life that blended skill with service, discipline with kindness, and leadership with humility. The Ghana Air Force and the Ghana Armed Forces have lost a rare gem. To his beloved wife, Esla, his mother, Mama Lucy, and the entire family, we extend our deepest condolences
and stand with you in this difficult time. His memory will continue to inspire us, and this example will guide us to strive as we uphold the values he cherished. Rest in peace, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. You have fought the good fight, you have finished the race, and you have kept the faith. Fare thee well, comrade.
Pictures from the ongoing vigil at the Christ the King Parish here in Accra for the late Dr. Edward Omane Buama and Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala here in Accra. But simultaneously, student leaders from various universities have converged in Accra, currently on a procession from the University of Ghana to the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA. This procession is to honor the fallen heroes. Dr. Edward Omane Buama, himself a student leader in previous times, and Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, also active in student politics during his time in the university. And so you have a number of student leaders in that procession making their way on foot. It's a candlelight procession honoring the memory of these two fallen heroes. Currently underway, a group of university students as well as their leaders, past leaders, present leaders, aspiring leaders, all proceeding in that particular procession from the University of Ghana to the UPSA, also here in Accra. We'll bring you more pictures from that procession, but let's take you back to the Christ the King Parish in Accra, where the biography of the late Dr. Edward Omane Buama is currently being read.
Was a well-respected Ghanaian doctor, public servant, and politician. He was known for his dedication to medicine, governance, community leadership, and public service. He was married with 3 children. Early life. Kofi was born on December 26, 1975 at Nkoko Holy Family Hospital to the late Mr. Edward Kwame Omane and Madam Letitia Asante, also known as Sister Abena, who hailed from Koforidua Efijase and Kweo Obomin, respectively. And he was baptized at St. George's Catholic Church in Koforidua and raised in a devout Catholic home grounded in discipline, humility, godliness, and a profound commitment to service. These enduring values shaped his life. Kofi's education. Kofi went to Pope John Senior High School and later got his medical degree from the University of Ghana in the year 2006. He also earned his master's in health policy in 2018. He was a prominent student leader who served as the president of the National Union of Ghana Students, that is NUGS, in the year 2002 during his medical education. In his role as NUGS president, he was instrumental in holding the government accountable, notably urging compliance with provisions of the Get Fund Act and ensuring adequate funds for education in Ghana to the benefit of students. His medical life or career. After his medical training, he worked at several hospitals, including 37 military hospitals, and volunteered during the May 9th Accra Sports Stadium disaster in the year 2009.
He also did other national immunization programs. Dr. Omane Boama's political career. Dr. Omane Boama held various government positions, including Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports, and and Minister for Communications and Information. He led initiatives like scholarship schemes, environmental investigations, and Ghana's 4G LTE rollout for the security services, the formation of the National Computer Emergency Response Team, SET-GH, and a child online protection framework. He worked with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology to roll out the then flagship Mathematics, Science and Technology Scholarship Schemes, also called Masters, which benefited some 41,000 students. He also led the implementation of the free laptops initiatives for students and teachers. He played a pivotal role in Ghana's preparation and response to the 2014 Ebola outbreak in West Africa, demonstrating his dedication to safeguarding public health in times of crisis. International representation. Kofi represented Ghana at various international forums, contributing to global discussions on science, technology, and health crisis. Dr. Omane Boama served as Vice Chairman of the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development, that is UNCSTD. That is UNCSTD in the year, that is from the year 2009 to 2011. He also led the government of Ghana's delegation to the negotiations at the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that is Cancun, Mexico, in 2010. Dr. Omane Boama was a member of Ghana's delegation to the United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York, USA, in 2015 and 2016. His contributions at the conference on the swine flu global pandemic, Washington, D.C., USA, in August 2009 was most impressive. Advisory roles of Kofi. He served as a policy advisor and political strategist and was the first combined director of elections and IT for the National Democratic Congress, implementing reforms to strengthen electoral processes and delivering an overwhelming victory for the party in the year 2024 general elections. His role as Minister of Defense. In 2025, Dr. Boama was appointed Minister of Defense, focusing on military warfare, transparency in defense finances, recruitment, and combating illegal mining. His publications. He wrote about education funding and Ghanaian leadership, including a book on the Get Fund and a biography of the late President John Evans
at a meals, which is forthcoming. His legacy. He is fondly remembered as a versatile statesman, a physician, devout Catholic, policy maker, environmental steward, communications expert, political strategist, disciplinary teacher, and devout public servant. His legacy endures in the institutions and reforms he shaped, and in the lives he touched through dedicated service, compassion, and integrity. He encompassed all that a man should be: a loving husband, a caring father, and a true patriot, a selfless comrade, and a loyal brother who is trusted by friends. Kofi Demrifa Due. Due ni amani hunu omani boama. Nyame emfa wokra insie. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boama.
And now we invite the biography of Squadron Leader Peter Anala.
Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala was born on 2nd November 1989. He hailed from Sinensi in the Bulsa North district of the Upper East region and was the youngest child of Paul Oscar Anala and Lucy Apung Anala. He spent his formative years in Tamale, where his family resided. Even in his early years, it was evident that Peter possessed a keen interest in technical skills. None could have foreseen that a young, vibrant boy would one day serve his nation with such selflessness and dedication, ultimately paying the ultimate price. As fate would have it, Peter began his primary and junior secondary school at Bao Barracks, home to the Air Force Base in Tamale. He later attended St. James Seminary Secondary School, where his discipline and academic excellence flourished. He often likened his alma mater to a military training camp, reflecting the profound impact it had on shaping his career. Upon graduating from St. James, Peter pursued a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, graduating in 2012. He went on to obtain a Master's of Science in Air Transport and Aviation Management from the same institution in 2023. At the time of his passing, he was pursuing postgraduate studies in safety and accident investigation in the United Kingdom. Within his community, Peter was known as someone who never forgot his roots. Whether mentoring young people, advising friends, or assisting neighbors, he consistently sought to uplift others. His generosity extended beyond words. He was a man of action who believed that service to God and humanity was the highest calling. Though his career in the Ghana Air Force brought him recognition as a skilled pilot and dedicated officer, Peter's true legacy lies in the relationships he built and lives he touched. His integrity, kindness, and unassuming nature endeared him to all. Peter is survived by his wife, Ursula, and a daughter. Despite the demands of his career, family remained a cornerstone of his life. He loved them deeply and spoke of them with warmth and pride to all who would listen. A baptized and confirmed Catholic, Peter held deep devotion to the Blessed Virgin Mary. His faith guided his principles and approach to life, and he remained steadfast in it until the very end. Peter's legacy stands as an enduring example of bravery, academic excellence, and patriotic sacrifice. His life epitomized dedication to family, faith, and nation. We celebrate the life of a man who, though gone too soon, lived fully and left an indelible mark on every heart he encountered. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Amen.
We are grateful to the Lord for all that he has done. Very quickly, we will invite the Ghana Armed Forces once again to give us a tribute for the Minister of Defense, Ghana Armed Forces. And as soon as this tribute is done, which will be brief, Mass will begin. The priests are lined up. Let us prepare our hearts and our spirits to receive the Lord.
Tributes by the Ghana Armed Forces in honor of our late Defense Minister. The Ghana Armed Forces Fraternity stands in solemn mourning of our beloved Defense Minister, the late Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boama, who tragically lost his life in the unfortunate incidents that occurred on Wednesday, 6th August 2025. Dr. Omane Boame's short tenure as Minister for Defense was marked by transformative leadership, innovation, and unwavering commitment to excellence. As part of a broader agenda of resetting Ghana, he advocated and implemented policies that sought to raise the standards of the Ghana Armed Forces. Paramount among these were the retooling and operationalization of the Ghana Armed Forces, championing merit-based recruitment and enlistment of service personnel, bridging the accommodation deficit gap of the Ghana Armed Forces, revitalization of the Defense Industries Holding Company Limited, and finally, prioritizing the welfare and healthcare delivery, including mental health of troops and veterans. He was just not a boss or leader. He was a role model and to many a mentor. He empowered those around him, fostering teamwork and a shared purpose. A first encounter with him was full of quality of thought, depth of industry, with every spoken word, which carried grace and aura. As we mourn his passing in deep shock, we take solace in the indelible mark he left on Ghana's defense architecture and the lives he touched. As the night holds its silence, we salute you, Dr. Edward Kofi, with honor. Your dedication will continue to influence our training, maintenance, and operational doctrines for years to come. You will be sorely missed, but fondly remembered. May your soul rest in perfect peace.
Brothers and sisters, shall we all rise for the entrance hymn?
Right, so that was a vigil held at the Christ the King parish here in Accra for the late Dr. Edward Omane Boama, Defense Minister, and the late squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala, who were both, until their demise, members of the Christ the King parish here in Accra. Tributes were read in their memory to honor them by their families. One on behalf of the late of the wife of the late Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, one also read by his mother, on behalf of his mother. We had the Ghana Armed Forces reading tributes on behalf of both fallen men, but boldly and quite impressively, the wife of the late squadron leader, Peter Bafemi Anala, reading her own tribute. We also heard the children of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah read a tribute to their late father. A solemn moment, and we continue to pray that the souls of the dearly departed will continue to abide in the bosom of the good Lord. We now take you to UPSA here in Accra, where a procession has been held. The National Union of Ghana Students have walked together with some past leaders of the association, or past student leaders, have walked from the University of Ghana, Legon, to the University of Professional Studies, Accra. And we understand a candlelight ceremony is currently underway. My colleague Jude Duncan is with them currently, and he joins us live. Jude, thank you so much. So are you within the campus of UPSA, and what exactly can you tell us regarding this particular procession?
All right, Nana Tufo. So I'm currently stationed at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra. Now, the reason why I'm here is because the National Union of Ghana Students organized a vigil in memory of the victims of the helicopter crash that occurred last week, Wednesday. Now, this vigil in memory of the victims started from the University of Ghana, and we walked all the way from the University of Ghana right here to the University of Professional Studies in Accra. Now, what is currently happening is that past leaders of NUCs, ranging from as far back as the early 2000s, are all here. Most of them are here to honor the memory of the victims of the crash, two of whom were student leaders. We know Edward Omane Boamah was the president of the National Union of Ghana Students between the year 2002 to 2003. We also know that the late Dr. Murtala Mohammed Ibrahim was also actively involved in student activism. We knew that he was also a leader at the All African Student Union level. So this vigil has been done in honor of the former student leaders, who many have said to me today that they played vital roles in ensuring that NUCs, became a formidable and a well-established organization amongst the student political scene. As I speak to you right now, quite a number of dignitaries are here. I've seen the likes of Ambassador Cabral Blay Ami here, who was once heading the National Media Commission. We've seen the likes of the Ghana Journalists Association president, Mr. Albert Jumfor, this year, former NUCs president, including Hamza Suini, is also here. Quite, wide-ranging array of former student leaders are all here today at the University of Professional Studies in Accra to honor the memory of the 8 victims. So, Nana Tufo, I'll try to speak to some of the persons gathered here today. I've been joined by journalist Norvan, who has done a lot in the space with regards to student activism. We'll try and get a couple more. Thank you so much, and you're live on Channel One TV.
Thank you very much. I must say that this is a solemn period for us. Let me say that I knew Omane Boamah when I entered the tertiary institution. At the time, he was the NUCs president. When it comes to Murtala, Murtala, I remember very well, had become the president for Ghana Union of Professional Students when he wanted to go to ASU and then seek our support at the time to vote so that he could become the ASU representative for the National Union of Ghana Students. And so these two gentlemen were people that I had worked with as a student activist and as a student leader. And I must say that the tragic nature for which, they lost their lives is heartbreaking to all of us. We didn't expect this. I've seen most of my colleagues this evening, a lot of them right down from 2002 up to 2005. when I handed over as the president of the Ghana Union of Professional Students and left the university. I mean, it's heartbreaking to see that we lose comrades in this nature. I mean, it's why we're here tonight, to remember them for their leadership. These were men who stood for good ideals and played a major role in ensuring that, you know, student activism and students got what they wanted, especially as part of, you know, helping to build the nation Ghana. It's heartbreaking, I must say.
We saw that it was a very solemn walk right from the University of Ghana up onto this point where the ceremony is being held in his honor. What were the contributions, in your view, of the likes of Edward Omane Boamah, who we know to be a former NUCS president, and the like of Dr. Murtala Mohammed in forming, you know, what has now become a very formidable students' bloc? Are you able to share with us some of their contributions?
You know, of the GET Fund, I mean, these were young men who were part of ensuring that we got the GET Fund, you know, instituted to make sure that, you know, we had projects that were done for students across the country beyond the scholarships that were being given. Because at the point we realized that there was a lot of gaps when it comes to infrastructure for universities, for second cycle institutions, and even for the junior high schools or from the basic education. And we had looked at the constitution at the time, and we knew that education needed to be free, you know, progressively, but also infrastructure was a gap. And so, I mean, I must tell you that these were gentlemen all the way to Abufo Go's time that played major roles that got this GET Fund instituted finally. The bill went to Parliament during Abufo Go's time, but they played a major role because it started from that time, you know, up to that point where it became what it had to be.
Norman, thank you so much for your time. And of course, our condolences to you and our commiserations to you as a students' bloc during this really difficult time. So, Nana Tufo, you heard then Norvan Aqua, who is a journalist, also very actively involved in NUCS. I'll try to get a couple of persons to share words with me. It's still very solemn in here. If you can see in your shots right now, they are singing in memory and in honor of their fallen leaders who served NUCS in various capacities. Currently in your shot is the Ghana Journalists Association president. We've seen other past leaders also here, and they have candles lit in memory and in honor of the fallen who were involved in the unfortunate helicopter crash on the 6th of August this year. So it's been solemn, it's been very sober. Students from different campuses have all gathered here to bid farewell to a man or men, many of them said knew, some of them very personally and up close as a result of the work they've been doing within the student front. So I'll be trying to get a couple of interviews and
guides us on this earth.
I'll try and get a couple of interviews pretty shortly.
Receive the souls.
So a prayer is currently being said in memory of all the 8. I'm sure some of the dignitaries gathered here will walk out and talk to us pretty shortly. It's solemn. It's still ongoing, but I'll try and reach some of the student leaders pretty shortly. So we are still here at the University of Professional Studies in Accra. We've been joined by one of the organizers of this solemn and this really very difficult memorial walk. Some of the participants mentioned to me that it's been difficult for them to partake in this because they knew some of the victims of this helicopter crash personally and up close. So we'll be speaking to the organizers behind this event to find out beyond this what they would also be doing to honor and immortalize the memory of some of these victims who served different roles with regards to student leadership. Thank you so much and welcome to Channel One News.
Thank you very much, my brother.
I've seen that it's been very difficult for you, especially the organizers, putting this together. You know, we also know that some of the victims of the crash were former student leaders. What went into all of this event you are seeing happening before us right now?
Okay, thank you very much. And my name is Solomon Mamevo, former President Information Secretary, 2005-2006. That was when Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa was the NUC's president. In fact, this is not how we wish we would celebrate our comrades that passed. But as nature will have it, who are we to say when God says something? What really went into it was that we did an analysis of what they have done, their contribution to the student movement in this country. Don't forget that Honorable Edward Omane Buama was the NUC's president, and Honorable Dr. Murtala Mohammed was the ASU General Secretary and also a founding member of the University Students Association of Ghana. And considering their great contribution towards the movement in the country, it wasn't going to be nice that they would just pass and there would be no celebration in their favor to honor them. So we took a decision, a few of us took that decision last week. That was to, first of all, lay a flower at the Jubilee Garden, and then decided that no, that was not going to be enough to utilize their memory. So we decided to have walk and then this service in their honor. It's not going to end there. We are looking at organizing a memorial lecture in collaboration with every single NUCS here, be it the current executive for those who will come ahead. We are going to be organizing a memorial lecture, and we are going to ensure that the National Union of Ghana students will partner all stakeholders in this fight against Galamsey. I believe that the legacy, the strongest legacy we can leave behind for our departed colleagues will be to do what to end Galamsey. This is no more an issue of just environmental degradation, but it is a moral duty on we Ghanaians. How many lives are we going to agree to lose before this whole Galamsey things come to an end? The grief that has befallen this country the past 8 days should be enough reason for us to see that this Galamsey thing is really a disaster, which is not just about destroying water bodies, but it's killing even individuals. They went on a good cause, and that good cause must live on. We must ensure that as citizens, we take it upon ourselves that anytime we want to engage in any form of environmental degradation, the pain that we went through the past 8 years should touch us to know that no, this thing must stop.
So as a student body, you support calls for an enhanced fight against illegal mining.
Exactly the point.
In memory of the victims of the crash.
Nothing at all. In memory of the victims of those of that crash, which I don't know how we are going to heal as a country. I mean, I don't think we've experienced this in a very long while. And the pain driving in town, you can see that people are in grief, and this should be the motivation for us to support the government in ensuring that this Galamsey menace comes to a very logical conclusion. It is time for us to go and look at responsible mining is the way to go. So I think that this program and the one that are ahead of us should serve as a turning point.
Thank you so much for your time. So grateful. So Nana Tufo, you heard there from a former student leader. He says he served during the administration of Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, who now is the Foreign Affairs Minister. But we've been joined by Executive Secretary of the National Media Commission, George Sapon, who has some brief words to share with us. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Sapon. From the looks of things, I can clearly tell us that it's a very difficult time for you.
Jude Benza Duncan coming to us from the University of Professional Studies here in Accra, UPSA, engaging some past student leaders, who held the front for the students' body in the National Union of Ghana Students and, of course, All Africa Students Union and the like. They have walked in memory and in honor of Dr. Edward Omane Buama, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. They've currently converged on the University of Professional Studies here in Accra and are holding a solemn candlelight ceremony or vigil in honor of the fallen past student leaders. We'll join him later for some more updates, but we'll have to go now to make room for our major news bulletin, the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time.
of the Literacy Challenge 2025 is here! Congratulations to our top 10 finalists. But the big question is, who out of our top 10 wins the ultimate prize of 10,000 Ghana cedis, the Glitzy Trophy, and the bragging rights as the Literacy Challenge winner for 2025? Support your favorite student, support your school, and let's promote literacy in Ghana. Tune in live to Channel One TV for the grand finale on Saturday, 16th August 2025. Venue, Alisa Hotel Ridge, Accra. Time, 1 o'clock p.m. Call 0205-973-973 for more details. The Literacy Challenge 2025 is powered by 97.3 City FM, supported by Channel One TV, and sponsored by Belmu and GB Assessment.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel One TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel One TV and let's grow together.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One Newsroom, live from our studios here in Accra. My name is Inusafo. Coming up. State burial set for 8 victims of a Dansia Crowform helicopter crash on Friday, August 15.
We are going to label the various canopies appropriately to accommodate those who will be coming. We entreat the public who would want to join us for the service to arrive early and collaborate with the protocol and security officials on ground to assist them to sit.
Calm restored in Bonteso in the Ashanti region after violent clash between youth and anti-Galamsey task force.
So they were there to take the sand for their building. That's what the whole issue. But it's a mining site. So they perceived that they were mining. So they decided to confiscate the excavator and take it to their base. That brought the whole agitation.
Commercial transport operators issue 1-week ultimatum over deplorable Pokrasi in Sawam Road.
They have at least 7 days or so. We should see them on the road. Or is anybody happy spending 2 hours while you are supposed to spend 10 minutes or 15 minutes? You have to spend 2 hours.
And later, former Education Minister Dr. Yao Seiduchum picks nomination forms to join NPP flag bearership race, eyes 2028 presidency.
By the grace of God, my part, I believe, vote for me and make me the flag bearer. And after that, we'll be on the journey to the promised land.
In Channel 1 Business, BOG to bar willful loan defaulters from credit access for 5 years. And in Channel 1 Sports, MTN Ghana named headline sponsor for 4 national football teams in 2-year deal. Let's settle for the details of our stories now. All is set for a solemn state burial on Friday, August 15, 2025, for the 8 victims of last Wednesday's helicopter crash in Adansi-Akrofom in the Ashanti region. Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of operations Stanislav Jose Dogbe, addressing the press, outlined arrangements and assured of heavy security deployments to ensure law and order. Channel 1 News' presidential correspondent Akosia Oche reports.
The ceremony, set for Friday, August 15, will be led by the Ghana Armed Forces to be held in 3 parts beginning at 7:30 a.m. with Bible and Quran recitals, followed by the main service and concluding with the burial. The state service, which is expected to host thousands of mourners, including President John Mahama and Vice President Professor Opoku-Agyeman, will be conducted solemnly with assurance of full respect and adherence to protocols.
Because of the rather large number of people that will be expected tomorrow, a number of measures have been taken to ensure that we have a very solemn ceremony. So for the media that is here, you would have seen the ongoing setup. We are trying our best to provide as many chairs as we can to accommodate the thousands of people that we expect to join the various families and the government officials here for the service. We are going to label the various canopies appropriately to accommodate